So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Morning, Prof.
Yeah, very good. Good morning.
Morning, Prof.
Morning.
Good morning. I hope you have woken up fresh and ready for today's.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning. Yes, it is 9 by my watch.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. So I hope that you have woken up fresh and ready for the day. And I hope it will be another successful day, just like the first 2 days of the conference. Today we have a full morning, just like the first 2 days. We have about 12 presentations and within very, very strict timelines. So I hope that the presenters will be able to stick to the allotted time, generally 10 to 15 minutes, but certainly not more than 15 minutes per presentation. Now, before we go further, may I request Benson Nyankone to say a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Thank you, Jehovah Lord, for taking care of us this night. And today we are woken up quite well, as we had done a good job yesterday. Today we are also requesting you to give us more motivation, to bless us, to bless those who have logged on, and those who are still trying to do that so that they can also be part of the team. We thank you so much to bless. We request you to bless those who are going to present and those who are going to manage the program throughout the day. Bless the families who are left behind, the workers who are still going on duties as usual, so that everything runs smoothly. We thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. We pray for our leaders in this country. We pray for peace, tranquility, and better health for everyone. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
So we therefore go straight into the program. I hope you know me. My name is Michael Okoth. There may be those who don't know me. And I am a lecturer in the Department of Food Science, Nutrition and Technology of the University of Nairobi in Kabete campus. So we will start with a keynote address by Moses Omondi. So Moses Omondi, I believe you are in.
Yes,
please introduce yourself and then proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. So I will share my presentation in a moment.
Karibu. Uko na kulia.
Let us mute ourselves,
Slowly.
please. And as loading is going on, may I remind you that if you have any question, any burning question, put it on the chat. And the presenters, please respond to those questions but there will be a session at the end for a question and answer session where you can actually.
I just want to confirm that you can be able to see the screen. Hello?
Not yet, not yet.
Sorry. Just a minute, let me reset it. Sorry about that. Are we able to see it now?
Yes, I can now see it.
Okay, thank you. Let me just put the full screen and then I'll be ready. Okay, I believe now I'm clear. I will. Sorry, can we have your microphones muted? Okay, I start with a brief introduction about myself. My name is Moses Omondi, and is indicated there. I'm a supply chain specialist. I've had over close to 25 years experience in supply chain management practice in different industries, in the ICT, in the academia, security services, distribution and logistics, and lastly, in hospitality, where for the last 10 years, I've worked with and supported micro, small, and medium enterprises, particularly dealing in horticultural produce. Fully aware that within hotel hospitality setup, there is a high demand for such produce. In those instances, we worked with the SMEs to ensure that they meet the required standards in order to supply to top level facilities of international repute. So apart from being a practitioner, I'm also a member of the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management. I'm actually a director with the Institute. This is a national body mandated to oversee all supply chain issues in the country. Basically, it's also a regulator. They register, build capacity, discipline, and promote member benefits. So with that, I'll kick off with my next slide. And essentially, it is a quote. And it says, supply chain is like breathing. When it is running well, it isn't noticed, but when it goes awry, the whole business suffers. And of course, when you talk about breathing, we're talking about life and death issues. And indeed, the lack of breathing means that you're dead. And most small, medium enterprises, business lives are threatened and incapacitated by numerous inadequacies, which you're very familiar with. Key amongst them is a lack of business practice competencies, and many a times, lack of or inefficient production equipment and machinery. Basically, their capability is significantly diminished, so they cannot compete at the same stage with the multinationals and huge organizations. And so it is apparent that the capacity of small, medium enterprises must be built and supported continually, and for that matter, supported sustainably. And so I would just like to give a definition of supply chain management. Some of the generally accepted definitions of supply chain management include the consolidated management of the flow of goods, services, and/or works, and includes all processes from the source that transform a raw material into a final product in readiness for consumption. And of course, by managing the supply chain aspects, firms and indeed small, medium enterprises are able to cut excess wastes, basically costs, and deliver product to the consumer faster, efficiently, and therefore sustainably as a business would. And that means if we're able to handle the supply chain aspects very well, it to be faster, simpler, and cheaper. And when you're cheaper, of course, then you have competitive advantage for you to continue to serve in the market. And if you look at the definition above, it is therefore clear that a supply chain is a central cog or a key part of SAP, which is essentially the theme of the conference today: sustainable consumption and production, without which, without linking the two, it would be difficult to actually move. So, further definitions that involves the active streamlining of a business supply side activities to maximize customer value and gain competitive advantage in the marketplace. And so we can see from the above that is indeed, supply chain is indeed a practice that needs to be strengthened in order for micro, small, medium enterprises to indeed come out successful in their pursuits. And so some of the elements of supply chain management include, particularly in the context of SMEs, will include their strategy or their plan of action, their sources of raw materials and ancillary services that support the execution of their businesses, and then production and processing, which is also a key focus for this conference, and must be based on actual productivity and efficiency. And then there is storage, delivery and logistics, which tend to be on the supply side of things or the consumption side of things. And here, there's an example of a company in the market that has been doing very, very well. It's called Twiga Foods. They've created a technology-based platform where they've created a complete business ecosystem where farmers directly deliver to them from wholesale perspective, and then they in turn deliver their products and create that important or vital retail link in the market. And so I've given some web references for further review, but you can see from the image above is that their products are ready to deliver horticultural products to the market, and they have been very, very successful, attracted a lot of multilateral donor support, and is a good model to also look at. Then when we look at the other element of supply chain is that the return system. There has to be a return system for defective and unwanted products. And this is something that needs to be captured quickly. How do the SMEs handle the unwanted products? Because there's cost involved in that. So there has to be a proper system and a proper practice to enable that to happen. Then of course, at the end of the chain, there's always the disposal system post-consumption. There is the waste that remains, and this waste must be managed effectively and efficiently in order to ensure that businesses operate as required by the by regulatory aspects of their business, but as expected of a good business. And then also to again clearly draw a linkage between supply chain management and SAP is that at the beginning of every requirement, there's always the end user need identification. What is needed in the market, and that is identified by the end user, because ultimately he's the one who consumes the product. And so there has to be sourcing of inputs or ancillary inputs that are required for that particular business. There has to be sourcing also of extension services. You have to look at the supply market activities, and then the end user completes the chain when the need is met. And when you look at the diagram presented there, you also see aspects of pre-production, where basically is a sourcing element. You can look at the genetics, genetic resources improvements, agricultural practices, and agricultural inputs in that sense. Then when you go to the production stage, you can see extension services there, harvesting, growing the product itself, harvesting, and they look at wastes in that aspect. Then an important part, which is really the reason why I'm speaking this morning, is that there is a processing, the supply chain aspect, which includes the processing, the storage, the transport, the wholesaling, the retailing, and the market link. And I remember yesterday when Professor Ambuko was presenting, she clearly indicated that they are managing in their zero loss centers. They're looking at strictly managing supply chain aspects in order to make them successful. So clearly painting the element that supply chain is a critical part of the SAP process, and using this approach, MSMEs must be strengthened in terms of their practice gaps. And of course, we get into the consumption, which is cooking, eating, food waste management, and waste really at the end of it all cuts across all processes. And the more waste is managed at every aspect, the more processes are efficient at every aspect, the highly likelihood that a business or an SME will be successful. So, of course, painting an important background, which is a global concern. The United Nations developed a Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030. And so the background of strengthening, the need to strengthen MSMEs is actually to look at some of the goals of SDGs. And goal number 1 is normally to reduce and elevate poverty, to create a decent work and economic growth, tackle issues of inequality and injustice. And the goal number 12 talks about responsible production and consumption, again, quite very well linked with the theme of the conference. And there you can see a picture of not a very good picture, not a very sightly picture of slum dwellings, where you can see waste management is not in place. Access and logistics will be very, very difficult. Paints a picture of poverty and lack of it. And when small, medium enterprises, where most of these dwellers would come from, are improved, then there's a chance that we are likely to improve the setup and the living circumstances of the inhabitants of such places. And so we ought to generate opportunities for people living in poverty and under subjugation to improve their living circumstances. Horticulture and indeed agribusiness provides a major platform for achieving these goals. So again, giving a clear reason why we need to support the capacity of small medium enterprises in order to support the Sustainable Development Goals, global goals by the United Nations. And so when you move to the next slide, is just to ask ourselves, why do we really need to build the capacities of these farms? And the reason for building capacity is, without that, capacity building and capability development is really the underpinning of virtually all progress and all development. If you don't build capacity, there is a very little chance that you will succeed. And strengthen capacities also improve the prospects of working with SMEs, with an SME's basic processes and their own systems to trigger success. And I like the fact that we have these conferences, which is very important, but we must have a sustained effort, because these conferences are an important trigger to the direction where we need to take, but we must have sustained capacity building efforts and approaches in order to ensure that success is ultimately achieved. And of course, the other important reason for building capacity, as already seen in the previous slide, was that it creates jobs and has an important economic impact, gearing towards SDG 2030. So it lays then the foundation for sustainable outcomes that go beyond the built capacity. We must be able to build capacities because there is success beyond building those capacities. And then for some of the available statistics, and this one I've drawn this from the Kenya Business Guide 2019, as already mentioned by many speakers, is that SMEs produce almost 80%, SMEs compose of almost 80% of all businesses in Kenya. In fact, in the popularly known Asian tigers, we have about 99% SMEs composing the economic structure in those markets. Again, we see that we have about 7.41 million SMEs in the country, but only about 20% are formally licensed and registered. 80% still lack that capacity. SMEs employ about 14.9 million Kenyans, and they contribute about 3.3 billion, sorry, in terms of economic, which is 33% of economic output in the country. Then just a comment that the more businesses become formal, the greater the opportunity for them to access, to gradually succeed. And success for them is hinged on market access. Market access in result produces resources that are required to continue to develop capacity. And once capacities are built, we can be sure that they can be, with continued effort, they can be sustained to ensure that the overall objective is achieved for the SMEs. All right. Then some of the practice gaps, some of the gaps in terms of practice or capacity for SMEs include lack of supply chain management skills and opportunity to practice them. For SMEs, they don't have a formal setup or formal structure to continue to practice some of these things, which will include sourcing markets, cost management, pricing, storage and logistics, and then the supply markets. They also lack flexible financial support systems, financial linkages. Formal banking facilities have certain requirements that do not support SME financial needs. Then there is always a market linkage, contract support and contractee linkages, linkage to wider and successful business ecosystems, and then as well as the element of mentorship and practice is very, very important. And here is also a key highlight of my proposed solution is that we look at establishing what we call, what I would christen MSMEs Practice Academies, MPS, that will be able to create an ecosystem of sustained learning until they reach a maturity level where they can be released into the market. And these forums will be able to offer peer-to-peer learning opportunities. And of course, the other important aspect of the gaps that are within SMEs is that they don't have monitoring and evaluation capacities. So supply chain skills and skills would be able to enable them conduct all this that I have highlighted above. And then, of course, just making reference to the Kenya Institute of Supplies Management. This is a membership body that has got about 6,000 active members, and which is just about a third of all that are approximately available in the market. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that these are the people who make buying decisions. They review, evaluate, and make decisions on where to buy. And this is an important market link for SMEs. And if we were to rope in some of these people, induct them and integrate them with a clear understanding of the impact and the value that SMEs deliver in the economy, they can be a major market support for the SMEs. So I'm a member of this organization, and we can provide that kind of linkage and induction to SMEs so that they can be supported. In addition, there's also what we call government affirmative action, actually Public Procurement and Disposal Act, which is the laws of Kenya. Section 157 provides for affirmative action in terms of reservation and preferences for micro and small medium enterprises. So this is also a market line that MSMEs can be able to pursue and follow, and then be able to access the market and be able to sell their products as is required. This is already set up by the government, and the government surely is interested in supporting small medium enterprises in the market. And then some of the consumption concerns, which also have been mentioned by quite a number of presenters in the past, is when there is a produce, most of the time is that there's a lack of preservation or conversion of the product into a form that will avoid wastage. And some of even the traditional practices have been that you can dry, you can salt and smoke them to preserve them. And then there's always a challenge of end user information sharing and influence within the chain. Then we also are familiar, which I've mentioned previously, is that we have efficiency challenges, particularly when it comes to transport, and you can see the image there. This transport system works, but if you would be able to have a better transport system, they'll be able to reach the market faster, and proper packaging and branding the products will be more attractive to the market than easily consumed, easily purchased and consumed. Then we also have the issue of data and market linkages. Some of the market opportunities for horticultural produce is airlines, hospitals, hotels, domestic markets, which need to be structured, and then public entities, as I have mentioned above. And then post-consumption, there's also the element of wastes that comes up, and this is just an idea that I've also included in my presentation. Production of biogas derived from use of horticultural waste, the leaves and vegetables which are no longer, which are rotten for that matter, are able to be used in this biogas system to produce energy, resulting in additional revenue or resulting in cost management for the SME cost in terms of energy. So these are options that can be pursued and looked at. Some of the institutions that can be able to support capacity building for SMEs include our Institute Kenya of Supplies Management, International Trade Center, which is a WTO, World Trade Organization, and a UN, joint UN agency, has a program that supports SMEs very robustly, and I'm also a member of this institute. Then, of course, we would rope in universities like University of Nairobi and others. There's institutions that offer financial market and business support linkages. Like Ajua, for example, and I provided the link, is that they offer inventory finance. Instead of providing an SME with cash, they actually make arrangements to purchase the products for them, and the SMEs will be able to pay back when they have sold their products. We have Kenya National Chamber of Commerce, who are well known in terms of supporting SMEs. KIE, Kenya Industry, it supports SMEs that are involved in value addition, particularly horticultural products that are involved in packaging and processing. They can be supported financially. We have MSEF, which is a Micro and Small Enterprise Federation. It's a federation of all SMEs, and members can join and benefit from that. We have Micro and Small Enterprise Authority, which is a government body that supports in funding SMEs. Then I mentioned Trigger Foods earlier, and I've just put in some that would require equipment and machinery support. Some of the sources are there, including FlexiBio Limited, which produces the biogas equipments. Thank you. So in conclusion, I would recommend or propose, I know I've come in as an outsider and the conference has been ongoing, but based on the presentation, there's a clear aspect that I've seen, that SMEs suffer from practice gap. Not necessarily information. Information is widely available, but the element of practice is what lacks in the market. And I remember yesterday, I think it was Dr. Kala presenting, he said there's a negative correlation between information that's available in the market and the practice. And I think the antidote to that would actually be practice centers. The Zero Loss Center is actually almost an equivalent of this proposal, in the sense that it is also center where they allow SMEs to practice and learn the skills on a sustained basis rather than a one-off ad hoc approach, and thereby ensuring that the skills are ingrained in the SMEs, and they have opportunities for peer review and they learn from there. So my proposal is to set up MPS, which will provide sustainable capacity building efforts, which will ultimately, which will bear the ultimate fruit. And that the issue is not so much theory or information, but what is now lacking is practice, and daily regular practice and continuous demonstrations are key to ensuring that the skills are learned and ingrained, and then provides, as mentioned earlier, an ecosystem for peer learning and review until a maturity date where an MSME can be released into the market to be able to go it alone, but continue to learn and also to give back. So some of the approaches would be to lobby the Ministry of Trade and other multilateral development partners for funding and models and technology input, as well as government particularly to develop specific policies in support of practice academies, and take the route of affirmative action until the goals are achieved. And the justification is there because we've seen from statistics that MSMEs employ almost 80%, and in certain aspects over that percentage is actually there. So we see justification for trying to support this approach. And then this would also offer mentorship systems and model where successful SMEs that have graduated from that academy would come back to mentor new ones, ensuring it is a sustainable approach, and they can also actually be used to support them on a continuous basis until the outcomes are achieved. And we have centers replicated around the country that support the growth of SMEs in that fashion. And so I would be, though an outsider, I would be bold enough to say that probably from this conference, we could form an interim practice advisory committee that can review research, determine business models, and support the formation of such an academy. And it could possibly be an offshoot of this, and policymakers could be involved. As KSM, which is a mandated capacity builder in terms of supply chain management, we are willing to join and support in such an exercise. And of course, I'm aware the others are also available, like Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. They're also willing to support that. And so that is essentially the end, and that's my profile, which I mentioned earlier. I've had opportunities, particularly to support SMEs in 2 projects, one which was funded by European Union and Center for Development, and co-supported by MSEF, which is a Micro, Small and Enterprise Federation, where we're building their capacity in terms of supply chain management skill sets. And then the other one that I was participated in is in arid and semi-arid livestock trade enhancement, which is also was handling SMEs in that sector, which was funded by USDA. And as mentioned, I'm a member of the Governing Council of Kenya Institute of Supplies Management. I think with that, I come to the end. I hope I've kept my presentation within the timelines. And I'll take it back to the chairman of the day, the chair of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mondi, for the very informative presentation. I have provided a lot of information that is very useful, especially to the MSMEs who are represented in this conference. Now, I don't know if you are available for the question and answer session later, or if you are not, then we may have 1 or 2 quick questions.
No.
So, Mr. Mondi.
Sorry, you had muted me. I'm saying I'll be available.
Oh, very good. Then in that case, we are lucky. You can move on to the next presenter, who is Benson Nyankone. Benson, please introduce yourself and have gone with your presentation within the prescribed time.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I hope everyone can hear me. This is the third day of the conference, and I'm privileged to be here once again to present a paper on capacity building influence on waste management among horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprises in Kenya. And this is co-authored by Professor Koth, Professor John Mudhama, Dr. Joe Jabo, and Marion Villakampa. Now, and this is also part of an objective of the ongoing PhD research, which is under the umbrella of Horti-Green project. As you are aware, and this is what we had said earlier in the introduction. Now, the horticulture subsector is one of the fast growing industry within the Kenyan sector. And the subject sector employs approximately 4.5 million people directly in production, processing and marketing and value addition chains, while over 3.5 million people do benefit indirectly. And this is as per Food and Agriculture Organization report of 2015. However, the resource use poses significant challenges in terms of sustainability and waste management, more so considering Kenya's vulnerability to climate change. And therefore, it means that every medium and small micro enterprises must incorporate SCP practices as envisioned by the United Nations and SDG number 12 and 13, clearly outlining the mandate to produce efficiently and consuming sustainably. As a keynote reference, remember SD number 12 indicates responsible consumption and production, and SD number 13 is on climate action initiatives. So remember, at any given time when you are really underlining the SAP practices, we are guided, or it is anchored on SD number 12 and 13. That is quite important for us so that we can take home. Now, we see a major constraint seen throughout the developing world, that is lack of education and awareness of effective practices among the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, because we are looking at capacity building, what we need to ask ourselves is, what is capacity building in a nutshell? Now, ordinarily, capacity building can be defined in threefold. The first fold is at individual level. And this refers to the process of changing attitudes and behavior, that is imparting knowledge and developing skills while maximizing the benefits of participation, knowledge exchange, and ownership. The second fold that defines capacity building quite well is at the institutional level, that is at an organization level. This focuses on the overall organization's performance and functioning capabilities, as well as the ability of an organization to adapt to the dynamic changes thereof. The third fold definition of capacity building is at the system level. And this emphasizes the overall policy framework in which individuals and organizations work and interact with the external environment. Here, the key word is external environment. And that is why we find consumers, policymakers, government agencies, and all that. Now, finally, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, defines capacity building at the global context as the ability of individuals to make and implement decisions and perform function in an effective, efficient, and sustainable manner. Now, with that quite robust definition of capacity building, now it sets ball rolling for us to understand or to underscore the importance of capacity building among the medium, small, and micro enterprises within the processing sector. Now, capacity building programs play an integral role in the development of any sector. Likewise, horticultural training programs, primarily targeting horticultural processing, with the help to develop entrepreneurial skills and enable them to adapt to efficient production and management of waste. Another study conducted in Bangladesh on small farmers concluded that building the capacity of farmers through training is more valuable than the provision of financial support in terms of raising production and income. This is postulated by Musset and Johan in 2011. Now we come to the data and methodology. As I said, this is part of ongoing research. Then we looked at ways of adopting descriptive survey method to gather data on the influence of capacity building on waste management among selected and trained horticultural processing, medium, small, micro enterprises in Kenya. And with a population of 34 which was selected, trained, the sample was set at 95% confidence level with a 5% of margin error derived from fully trained horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprises on waste management across Nairobi, Central and Western region in Kenya. This yielded quite good results, and this is what we want to look at. What were the outcome of this phenomenal kind of analysis and survey? On demographic information of the respondent, the result indicated that the majority of those involved in horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprises business are aged between 31 to 40 years. And this was 38.7%, followed closely by those aged between 18 to 30 at 25.8%. Then 41 to 50 were 19.4%, and 51 to 60 were 12.9%. Under years of productivity, and this is quite important that we see a little bit more of young people engaging in horticultural processing, and that is a good thing for us because it means a number of people who are after youth are really engaged in quite robust processing of horticultural products. Among the respondents, again, 64% indicated that they had undertaken college diploma and undergraduate degree courses to certification, meaning they are well trained in various fields and various regions or domains, while 22.6%, 9.7% had master's degree and secondary school level respectively. Then the results show that most of the horticultural process, medium and small micro enterprises business was started between 1 to 3 years ago at 41.9%. This is quite good because it's telling us that amongst the surveyed processors, they have been there, majority of them have been there for 3 years. 38.7% were above 6 years, and 16.1 and 3.2 accounted for 4 to 6 years and below 1 year respectively. So meaning that they have been in business for quite little time, and that is the reason why we decided to capacity build. Now, capacity building on waste management. The result, accordingly to the respondent surveyed, indicated that they had attended training on waste management and had started implementing the knowledge gained in their respective firms at 96.8% respectively. So it means the capacity building we are undertaking is quite in-depth and quite good for them because they have indicated that they are implementing as time goes by. This was confirmed by all responding agreeing at 100% that management supports capacity building initiatives. So it means the people who are in charge of managing the horticultural processing MSMEs are quite happy to support the workers in terms of capacity building, meaning they allow the workers to attend all or any capacity building asked for. On conducting capacity building on waste management, 90.3% of the respondents indicated to have attended between 1 to 6, while 77% indicated a frequency of 2 times annually. So this also goes back to the acceptance that management support the training or capacity building which is being conducted. Descriptive analysis of capacity building and waste management. You can see small the percentages. We had indicated some questions, and this is what the results like. And I've indicated at 100%, does the management support training and capacity building? 100%. Have you ever attended any training on waste management? Yes, at 96.8 and 3.2%. No. Has the knowledge acquired on waste management during the training been implemented in your farm? 96.8%. Good. How often do you attend trainings on waste management? Once a year, twice a year. Once a year is 12.9, twice a year is 77.4, and others who are here and there at 9.7%. Quite encouraging. Then changes on waste management before and after capacity building. So we engage the processors that as the time goes, we have trained you, we have conducted capacity building. Now, can you tell us what changes have occurred within your farms? Now, the result, we did a regression analysis, and that is the paired sample test, which showed a high level of individual awareness and change in waste management among the horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprises, because the survey indicated that the mean was 7.567, which is quite high, and that is a positive mean, standard deviation of 9.46, and a significant relationship with a p-value of 0.000. That is a quite positive correlation relationship between having undergone training and implementing what is learned thereafter. And this is what I've said, just projecting on the table, that effects of training on waste management among horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprise in Kenya was a paired sample test. And if you see what we ask, the extent to which changes after training or before training. We have mean, which is very high, standard deviation also very high. Of course, the error mean is manageable. And of course, if you see the significant relationship is a two-tailed at 0.000. That is quite encouraging so much. Now, under discussion, we wanted to tie this result into what other philosophers or other researchers have done across horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprises. Now, the findings showed a paradigm shift of behavior and responsibility on waste management after the respondent undertaken training, meaning an individual's awareness of impact of waste on the environment do facilitate them to initiate strategies on sustainable waste management practices. A study done in Palestine focused on the influence of education came to the conclusion that there was a positive relationship between the extent of awareness and therefore the participatory behavior of the people in recycling activities changed positively. This was postulated by Khatib et al. In 2015. Interestingly, the result also revealed a shared consciousness effort by both employees and management towards effective waste management that the previous support waste management initiative or activities within the farm at 100%. You saw that in the diagram I just projected. We're also looking at a study conducted, that is comparing, a study conducted in over 22 developing countries. This is Guerrero et al. 2013 suggests that when citizens receive information about the advantage of recycling, the way they sort the waste, and the way they participate within the designing of programs, they are more likely to participate in recycling campaigns, meaning the social norms can also play a crucial role in changing waste behavior and participate in recycling activities. This was postulated by O'Neill in 2011. Now, what are our conclusions that as a result of this research? The study has demonstrated that, one, capacity building has a positive relationship with waste management among the horticultural processing, medium and small micro enterprises in Kenya. Two, it helped horticultural processing SMEs understand the dangers of indiscriminate disposal of waste to the environment and human health. The capacity building empowers them to act appropriately and produce sustainably. This is also envisioned by Chuck Bratty et al. In 2009. Disseminate relevant information for active participation and implementation of EMS among the medium and small micro enterprises as a result. What is the recommendation we sought for, or what are the recommendations we would like to be undertaken thereafter? Number one is active participation in implementing environmental management system. This we normally refer to as EMS, is quite paramount to the SMEs. Two, make awareness and capacity building programs simple and accessible to change the mindset of the perceived waste as a resource. Meaning this, we have a paradigm shift or a mindset. We look at waste as a resource. Number three, the role of private sector, the NGOs, the CBOs, and the informal sector in supporting these medium and small micro enterprises to be strengthened for better results. Academia, or those people in research, needs to unpack in a more simpler language for better implementation thereafter, whatever they have found in the field. Because a number of research in academia, they're just taken, put in papers, put in boxes, and thereafter nobody thinks about them. So if this can be unpacked in simpler languages that these people can understand, then more actions can be undertaken by them. Seminars on waste management and environmental management should be conducted quarterly amongst horticultural processors, consumers in the communities to encourage them on effective waste management and SCP practices. And lastly, it is also good to acknowledge we have been working with quite a big team. The sincere appreciation and gratitude to Switch Africa Green Horti-Green project, coordinated by Madam Maureen and her team in Spain and the European Union offices in Kenya. We thank you so much for doing quite a commendable job to these SMEs. Project Secretariat by Duke, Elma, and Linda of the University of Nairobi, Kenya Bureau of Standards, Kenya Industrial Estate, Ministry of Trade and Industry, all the SMEs surveyed in the field, we thank you so much. More so thanks to the University of Nairobi research supervisors, Professor Michael Okoth, Professor Mudama, Dr. George Abong, for their continuous support and unwavering academic mentorship and encouragement to date. And that is why we have realized such a research paper. Thank you so much and be blessed.
So thank you, Benson, again for the very useful presentation. Indeed, it supports the earlier presentation by Mr. Moses Omondi. It underscores the importance of training for MSMEs, and you have clearly given very good recommendations that ought to be considered. Now with that, we move to the next presenter, who is Christine Kasichana, comes back with a presentation on the packaging materials for her cassava product. So welcome, Christine.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hello.
Hello, good
Good
morning.
morning, I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Karibu sana.
So I am trying to share my screen. Do you see it there?
Not yet. You have not shared it. Can you click on the share screen, green
Yes.
button at the bottom, and then your presentation.
Oh. So the screen and then my presentation.
Yes.
Are you seeing it now?
Yes, it is there.
Okay. So today I'm going to present a paper on the effect of packaging material on quality and shelf life of cassava root and leaf flakes. My colleagues or my supervisors, who are my supervisors, are Prof. Okot, Dr. Bong, and Prof. Shibairo, who I will start by thanking them because they have guided me through over this. As a way of introduction, packaging and materials come handy mostly for storage and transportation. But we will realize that we've got different perspectives from different stakeholders. For the consumer, packaging and the material matter most when it is about presentation and convenience. And for the entrepreneur, his is about the costs. Yes, it might be about the quality, but an entrepreneur is driven by profit making. So they will first consider the cost before they go into identifying or using a particular package material. But again, to the environmentalist, you'll find that they are more keen on the level of hazard that packaging material will have on or in the environment. And again, majorly we've got three materials which are commonly used, and these include paper, plastic, and polythene. To some extent, aluminium, but you'll find that aluminium is a bit expensive, and most of the time, as concerns the food industry, you'll find them used as a reinforcement, but not fully packages. And again, we say each packaging material is suitable for different purposes and even different products. And again, we need to appreciate that these packaging materials have effect on the shelf life of the stored or the packaged food or the products. Packages also have physical and intrinsic effect on the preservation of quality of the products. Each package has its also physical and chemical properties that can affect the packaged product, and also has different level of hazard into the environment. The problem here which we are trying to face and solve or bridge the gap is about the suitability of these major materials that I have mentioned above have not been tested on storing these cassava root and leaf flakes because it's a new product. again, being a new product, the cassava leaf and flex has not been determined of its shelf life. And then the efficiency of these paper, plastic, and polythene to prevent microbial growth on cassava leaf flex also has not been evaluated. So you'll find these are the major points that we are trying to address, especially for this study. For justification is that the studies on packaging material, especially on our product, cassava root and leaf, are important because we will be able to identify the suitable material, since again, this product is new. And the absence of these studies, again, can lead to inappropriate packaging, that eventually we will find our products, our product having been contaminated, especially pathogenically, and also it can end up having a very short shelf life because we have not carried out this study to identify the suitable material. And then in general, when we study on suitability of packaging material, we are mitigating the spoilage and food loss at large. Packaging material also facilitate informed decision making to our stakeholders, the stakeholders whom I have mentioned above, being the producers, processors, entrepreneurs, and even consumers. So it's very important that such studies are carried out. Our goal for this study is to authenticate packaging material for cassava root leaf so that we can enhance adoption. That is, if we have given the rightful packaging material, the suitable one, and people know that if we use this one, we are going to have this kind of shelf life for this product, then even adoption will be easy. Objectives are to determine the efficiency of paper, polythene, and plastic material on inhibiting microbial growth in the stored cassava root and leaf flex. And the other one is to determine the shelf life. How long can we store cassava root and leaf flex? The methodology that were involved in this study include the flex, which were developed at Calro Mtwapa. They were again evaluated at Mtwapa by 30 panelists. And then the packaging trials were done at the University of Nairobi. Each blend was uniformly packaged in different materials, and these materials were kraft packets, laminated polythene packets, which we called gunny, because it has that kind of texture of the current gunny that is in the market. Then we had plastic jars, but all the packets had packages had a capacity of 200 grams. So packages were put in an incubator at the University of Nairobi, University Food Laboratories, for a start of accelerated shelf life trial. And they were set under environment of 55 degrees centigrade at 75 relative humidity within the incubator. The packages were removed on alternative days for acid and peroxide value, and then also for microbial enumeration. Microbial enumeration was done using spread plate and pour plate, which is PDA and PCA. These are the results which we got. You will find that that we have on our left, we have the blend which was fermented, 100% fermented root, that is X13. And then on our right, we had 100% fresh fresh root. And the third one just below was our product, which has leaf and root at 20%, which is tagged as X2. So if we look at these graphs, just in a nutshell, we find that on the right side, we've got the identification of the legend, and we have the gray being craft, the yellow or orange being Ghani, and then the blue or something. Yes, the blue being the plastic. So we've got very interesting results here, each material behaving differently where development or the development of acid value within was taking place, or the reactions where we are talking of reactions on fats and oils which were embedded in the products. But again, if we quickly look around, we will find that the yellow, the Ghani, was in all the blends registering low reactions taking place. So if we move to the other one, we are looking at peroxide value, and we find that for the blend that was made from 100% fresh root, happened to be very active, and it garnered or it registered very high values, peroxide values peroxide values for this blend, but in the Ghani especially. But our for X13, Ghani performed averagely, but the best package on peroxide value for X13 was the gray one, which should be the craft, according to these results. And when we go to our product now, the one that has root and leaf, we will again find the gray one, which is craft, had very interestingly low peroxide value, but again it continued to increase along the storage period, while the Ghani was a bit stable at an average level. In fact, not average level, but quite low compared to the plastic. The plastic, our product, cassava root flakes stored in the plastic, showed that it went
So, Christine, you have lost you. Sorry, I was also muted. Christine seems to have a challenge. And rather than wait, I think we probably should move to the next presenter. She can come back later to complete what is remaining. So the next presenter is Gaia Foods Limited on potato waste management. Introduce yourself and proceed.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yes, my name is Roseanne Mwangi, and I am with Gaia Foods Limited. We do potato processing. We are one of the SMEs that is participating in this program, and so I'd just like to thank the organizers of the conference, together with Dr. George, who is the coordinator and with whom we are in most contact and touch. And yes, so in brief, who we are is that we are a potato processing company that was incorporated in 2009. We work as a kitchen for most of the fast food industries in town. We peel potatoes centrally, and then we deliver
We seem to be
them for cooking
okay,
to the institution, water and electricity. Think of it like the traditional hotels, which all had their own small units at the back of their establishments, all being put into one. So the kind of waste that we produce, with time, we realized that we needed to look at it separately. So it was soon very clear that we needed to found our business on strong environmental policies. And one of the things that, let's move to the next slide.
we are
One
losing
of the
you.
things that we did was look for ways to handle the solid waste. Because we started with that it was not sufficient. Them with the hello, can you hear me?
We are losing you. It's on and off. I don't know.
Hello.
Your network is unstable. Can you try to continue? Rosanna, are you still there? So we are losing another presenter. Christine, are you there? Christine? Christine is not there.
Prof.
Yeah.
Maybe Elma could help in
Could present for them. Huh?
Yes, could share the screen so that they just scroll.
Yeah, I think so.
Please, yeah, Elma, please assist, because it's also good to get all the presenters online and doing the right thing. Thank you.
What did you say?
But the problem was not really the slides. We couldn't hear her. So I don't know whether that will help. So Rosanna, are you there? So I think Elma showing it will not help. Huh? Christine, are you there?
Sure that you...
Christine? Christine also is lost completely. Could we move to the next presenter, David Murithi, if you are there?
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
I'm here.
Who is that? Murithi.
Murithi David, yes.
Please, if you can give your presentation, please go ahead.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see it very well, and I can also hear.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, Professor Okoth, and also the organizers of this conference. My name is David Murithi. I'm a PhD student at the University of Nairobi, presenting a paper entitled An Assessment of Constraints and Opportunities for Adopting Greenhouse Farming Technology by the Smallholder Farmers in Nyandarua County of Kenya. Now, this paper is an extract of an extensive ongoing project of a PhD thesis entitled Climate Variability and Crop Farming, Analysis of Adaptation Strategies among small-scale farmers in Nyandarua County under the supervisors of Dr. Wambua and Dr. Omoke, both from the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies. The data collection and fieldwork for the study has been ongoing. It started in May 2019 to the present, and authorization of the study was done in 2019 by the University of Nairobi, Nakosti, and Nyandarua County government. And the project has not been funded, so it also presents an opportunity for funding from various organizations like Horti-Green and also the University of Nairobi. Basically, I will try to address the topic of the greenhouse farming in relation to the adaptation strategies applied by the smallholder farmers due to the effect of climate variability on crop farming, and link it with the conference theme. To begin with, for processing of horticultural products and cleaner production to take place in a sustainable manner, the horticultural products must be produced in the farms. Therefore, managing and planning the production process from the farm is critical. The study links the areas of green financing opportunities, especially in relation to challenges of climate change and variability, and also food security. Now, assessing the greenhouse farming technology is one way of promoting sustainable production and consumption practices while seizing green economy opportunities in the food value chain. According to IPCC in 2017, climate variability and its related impacts have become a common center of discussion in many economies worldwide. And here in Kenya, extreme temperatures and unpredictable rainfall, and particularly in Nyandarua County, have contributed to the increased adverse effects on agricultural production. Now, the current climate variability has caused a significant variations in many crops output, and indeed the socioeconomic systems of many households in Kenya have significantly been disrupted by climate variability. Now, to minimize the negative impacts of climate variability on agriculture, of course, the government through the national policy framework such as the Kenya National Adaptation Plan of 2015 and Climate Change Framework Policy of 2016 has partnered with international and local organizations to develop tools that can quickly evaluate how smallholder farmers can better prepare and adapt to the unprecedented climatic variability. And indeed, for greenhouse farming technologies to be effective, a unified tactic to crop farming through the development of practical skills of greenhouse farming and climate variability response in modern economies is necessary. And it is important to note that installation of the necessary greenhouse farming equipments and applications of the technical expertise requires a considerable amount of resources. Now, the next slide shows some photographs of the effects of climate variability extremes on various crops. Photograph labeled A actually present a scenario where excess rainfall has actually affected some horticultural crops negatively. This is because of the torrents and hailstones. If you look at photograph B, it actually presents a situation where the Irish potatoes has been affected by what we call a frostbite as a result of excess cold temperatures. And in photograph C, this is a situation where excess drought has actually affected crops in the farm, basically due to shortage of rainfall and also too much temperatures. The objectives of the study are four. One is to identify the effective adaptation strategies for sustainable agricultural production, to examine and assess the challenges and constraints associated with adoption of greenhouse farming technology. 3, to examine and assess the socioeconomic factors influencing the adoption of greenhouse farming technology. And 4, I have tried to link this objective with the conference theme to present some realistic policy recommendations of promoting sustainable production and consumption practices while seizing green economy opportunities in the horticultural and crop farming sector. And that is my conceptual framework for this particular study, whereby according to Food and Agriculture Organization 2010, the adoption of greenhouse farming technology is guided by 4 pillars of resilience. That is access to essential services, access to adequate assets and technologies, social safety web, and strong adaptive capacity. Now, access to basic services comprises essentials such as proper transport, adequate security, electricity, water, and credit facilities. Adaptive capacity, on the other hand, is a function of the diversity of income sources, employment levels, education levels, food availability, adaptation strategies, early warning systems, and knowledge of climate change. It is important to note that these factors are paramount in evaluating an adaptation strategy, whether it is effective or not. The study area is Nyandarua County, that is located in the central region of the country, and the counties bordering Nyandarua include Nyeri, Laikipia, Murang'a, Nakuru, and Kiambu. And the county is known for major crops such as maize, wheat, vegetables, and Irish potatoes. And it is important at this juncture to note that these crops that are cultivated in Nyandarua County are not entirely for subsistence, because some are sold to account for substantial income for most of the households. In terms of some demographics, the last national population census of 2009 recorded the county's population at 596,268. And by then, the population growth rate of the county was estimated to grow at the rate of 2.4% annually. Now, this rapid population growth rate definitely has got a major impact on land cover and use in the county. And land in Nyandarua County has been greatly subdivided and settled by small-scale farmers, and only few large farms exist in the county. On average, a household occupies 3.5 hectares of land, and with the current trend of population growth and development of urban centers, the holding land sizes are likely to shrink as land fragmentation continues. In terms of climate of Nyandarua and environmental degradation, Nyandarua County lies within the equatorial climate region and experiences low to moderate temperatures with 2 biomodal rainfall seasons, with short rains from September to December and long rains from the month of March to May. In terms of environmental degradation, it is evident that the incidence of human encroachment to Aberdare Forest and Lake Olopolosat has caused loss of vegetation cover due to human settlement. And this encroachment has increased the vulnerability of land to topsoil erosion and reduced forest cover. The major physical features in Nyandarua County are the Aberdare Ranges and the Great Rift Valley to the west. And the county has got 8 permanent rivers, some of them which drain in Lake Olopolosat, which is the only biggest reservoir in the region. But for this particular study, it is important to note that the soil in Nyandarua County is moderate to high fertile. Materials and methods. The study adopted the descriptive survey design, which was used to observe and analyze the adaptation mechanism applied by the smallholder farmers against the checklist in the questionnaire. And a total number of 300 smallholder farmers were interviewed using the questionnaires. Descriptive statistics of mean, percentage, frequencies, standard deviation are used in this study, while the inferential statistic of logistic regression analysis is actually used for this particular study. And on the screen, I have presented 3 equations from logistic regression analysis, whereby equation 1 represents the logistic regression where the categorical dependent variable y has 2 possibilities, and that is farmers have adopted greenhouse farming or not. And the second equation is actually used to establish the probability levels of y, a common transformation called the logit transformation. And equation 3 is the logit transformation due to the multiple independent variables. And at this juncture, it is important to mention the independent variables considered for this study, which are gender, age, marital status, level of income, level of education, access to information, and size of land under cultivation. Results. I will start with the descriptive results of the socioeconomic characteristics of the sampled smallholder farmers. And I'll start with the age. And the age bracket recorded by the highest respondents was 46 to 55 years of 25%, followed by 36 to 45 years, 23.7%. The respondents aged below 25 years recorded the lowest response of 9%. Now, in terms of gender, 191 respondents were male, while 106 respondents were females. And in terms of the marital status, most of them, 74% of the respondents were married, while 75, which is equivalent to 25%, were not. In regard to the level of income, the study results indicate that farming is one of the significant sources of income among the smallholder farmers in Nyandarua County. And however, most of the respondents said that they have more than one income source, revealing that they have engaged in some kind of income diversification. Also, the majority of the respondents reported that their monthly income was below Kenya shillings 10,000, as it can be seen on that particular table. And this income level is actually perceived to be low. And therefore, it is anticipated that it could be one of the challenges that would hamper proper and effective adaptation to climate variability. Now, in regard to the education levels, the second chart there, from the results, the researcher establishes that most of the smallholder farmers had attained significant levels of education. As you can see, secondary level was 43.33%, college 20%, and university degree up to certification 11%. From the results, it can be seen that the low levels of education, which is actually of 25%, could have been attributed to by maybe high dropout of pupils at primary level for both boys and girls. In terms of climate variability preparedness and adaptation measures, the chart on the screen presents the results, and most of the smallholder farmers reported to have practiced crop diversification and tried new crop varieties and adaptation strategy. Now, however, of concern is the greenhouse farming technology and crop insurance, which registered the lowest adaptation scores of 5.6% and 2.1% respectively. In terms of the smallholders' perception about the success of the adaptation strategies, the Likert scale analysis indicated that crop diversification and planting new crop varieties resistant to climate variability and its related effects are the most effective perceived adaptation strategies. And in this case, for this particular study that I'm presenting, the adoption of greenhouse farming technology recorded a low standard deviation of 0.27, with 17 out of 25 respondents who had adopted it, perceiving it as an effective strategy to caution farmers against loss arising from the adverse climatic variations. Now, based on these findings, it is evident that if many smallholder farmers are willing and able to adopt greenhouse farming technology, this strategy can be among the most effective approaches. However, due to this strategy's low adaptive capacity, more resources and information should be provided to the smallholder farmers to enable them to adapt more effectively. And that is an example of a respondent who had practiced a very effective greenhouse farming technology. In terms of constraints facing the adaptations to climate variability, results from smallholder farmers' interaction and also the deliberations with some agricultural extension workers on the question which challenges have prevented them from coping well to climate variability, 97% of the respondents gave diverse challenges, as shown in the chart on the screen. Now, assessment of the challenges indicates that there are 5 significant constraints to adaptations, which includes lack of resources, or what we can talk about financial constraints, basically due to low income levels, limited awareness or lack of information and lack of relevant skills, and also fluctuations of market prices for farm produce. And some also said that a shortage of water for irrigation is actually a constraint to them. The results of the logistic regression presents an assessment of factors influencing the uptake of greenhouse farming technology as an adaptation mechanism. And the study results indicates that 8% of the smallholder farmers had applied this adaptation strategy, while the rest, 92%, were not able to use this adaptation strategy. Further, the result of the Logit model for adoption of greenhouse farming technology presents some specific findings. For example, it is observed that the gender of the respondent influenced the uptake of the adaptation strategy, though the test was not statistically significant at p is equals to 0.005. This
David,
finding,
your time is up. Can you give us your conclusion?
Yes, thank you. Some policy recommendations for this study is we need to establish and roll out microfinancial institutions across the country in order to provide affordable credit facilities to smallholder farmers. There is need to create awareness about climate variability and effective adaptation processes such as the greenhouse farming technology, formulate climate monitoring and early warning systems, and support appropriate adaptation policies and planning. And lastly, direct the green financing opportunities to the greenhouse farming technologies and related research. And this is the end of my presentation, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, David. At least you are able to present continuously to the end. And it's very informative because the raw materials are very key in MSMEs, and they have to come from the farm. Now, we have two incomplete presentations. Is Rosanne with us now? Rosanne Mwangi? Not yet. Now, Christine is here. Christine, can you start from where you left? Christine?
Hello, Prof.
Yes, you are there.
Okay, so
Just where you are.
yes. So we had reached at where we were talking of lactobacillus and how was it lactobacillus? Yes, at the lactobacillus. So if we look at on our product on the left, that is X13, we find that the lactobacillus in Ghana started growing very fast and dropped again very fast. While in the other packages, it grew slowly in increasing trend, and then it dropped. But you'll find that in the Ghana, it dropped very fast. For our product, again, X2, we find that the best the plastic, but the trend here is also, hello, are you getting me? Yeah.
I hear you, yes, but you are getting lost. Continue.
Yes, I can see that. Okay, so we find that it's interesting because it started from a higher level, then went down. But whichever the case, we find again Ghana is that it grows, it behaves the natural or the ordinary way, where a product continues to deteriorate slowly, and then at the end of the day, you find even the reactions flow. So out of these results, we could quickly conclude that we are best packaging our product in the laminated polythene, which you could see at the center here. It is a white paper that has got a film of polythene. So that is my conclusion, that our cassava leaf and flex is best packaged in the Ghana or in the polythene, which is laminated with paper. Again, I believe this polythene laminated with paper might, which depending on determination by the environmentalist, might be more suitable than the pure plastic. So I just want to thank you very much, and I apologize for the cutout of power, though it's beyond my my reach to stop it. Otherwise, thank you for giving me this chance to finish up the presentation. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Christine, for completing your presentation. We still don't have Rosanne, but we, at this juncture, she's there. Rosanne, can you hear me? What are we seeing there? Oh, that was still Christine. Rosanne, can you hear me? So she is still not reachable. Can we have a short question and answer session for the presenters? We have had Moses Omondi, Benson, and Christine. Yes, and Christine. Those have been the successful presentations. So if we have quick questions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Pauline. I'm from Azabi Foods. My question goes to Christine. Just a clarification on the packaging, since you were not so clear. You're saying that the outside part can be, so the inside part is polythene, then the outside part can be craft. Christine?
Christine, did you hear the question? You are muted, Christine. We can't hear you.
Please unmute someone.
Just answer, don't don't present it.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so may you come again? What was your question?
My question is on the packaging. The
Yes.
inside part is the one you said is polythene, and the outside part can be gunny or craft.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, on this matter, hello?
Hello.
Yes, I would say this is what we found in the market, but with the processors, somehow they have, if one has capacity, could quickly guide that the polythene is outside and we have craft inside. But again, when it happens, so we are going to get problems with our policy, since this time round in Kenya, we are not allowed to use the polythene. So what the market is what KEBS has allowed us to use, but if a processor can go ahead to order for their tailored packaging, it would be good that we have craft inside and then we have the polythene outside, because let's get to appreciate that normally even these packaging materials have effect or chemical effect on the packaged foods, which craft is more natural than the polythene. But what is in the market right now that is very suitable is what you see on the photo.
Any other question?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Do we have another question?
Yes, Prof.
Or comment, yeah?
Prof.
Yes.
Maybe you can allow me to respond to a question.
Yes.
Yeah, there is a question that had been posted to me by Mr. James Mwangi, whether extension service workers in Nyandarua County are viewed as a challenge. And I would like to respond by saying that access to agricultural extension service workers is actually a strength. Maybe the only challenge is that these agricultural extension workers sometimes are not readily available, and the few that are there, sometimes they charge some fee, and that's where now the limitation comes in. But having an extension agricultural worker is actually a strength. Thank you, Professor.
Any other question? So in that case, since there's no question, we take a short break, a health break of just about 5 minutes, because we are running behind time. So for just 5 minutes, you come back. So we are back to the session. Do we now have Rosanne Mwangi? Rosanne Mwangi, are you here? I'm seeing the list of participants. So if Rosanne is not there, we'll move to the next presenter. Who is Joyce Aguk.
Yes, Prof, I'm here.
Joyce,
Can I? Yes, it's Joyce Aguk.
Yeah, okay, yeah. You go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yeah. Okay, my name is Joyce Aguk, and I'm working on the project of enhancing human production for sustained food and nutrition.
Can you get close to your microphone? We are not hearing you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. My name is Joyce Aguk. My supervisor.
Again, we are not hearing you. Yeah, you see, when there's a position in which you can be heard, but when you move away, you can't be heard.
Can I be heard?
Now you can be heard. Can you remain there?
Okay, I will remain there. Okay, my name is Joyce Aguk. I'm working on the project enhancing yellow maize production for sustained and food and nutrition security in Kenya. My supervisors are Professor Richard Onwonga, Professor George Chemenigwa, both from University of Nairobi, and also Dr. McDonald Jumbo from CIMIT. As an introduction, you can see from the initial picture on the screen are children eating yellow maize, and there's an ugali plate there of yellow maize. And this is my hope and desire for this project, because currently in Kenya, this is not a common sight, because most of our maize is white maize. But from this, when I do my presentation, you'll be able to understand the importance of yellow maize and the need to embrace it as one of our staple foods in Kenya. So I'll begin by a brief introduction on maize. As we know, maize is a very important crop globally. It's the third after rice and wheat, but particularly in Kenya, it's the first most important staple food in Kenya. And many people depend on it for their livelihood and sustainability. And yellow maize comes in various colors. I came to realize that we also have purple, red, and even black colored yellow maize. But white maize and yellow maize are quite predominant in Africa. This crop is very versatile. It grows in various agroecological zones. Even here in Kenya, because of its versatility, it's able to grow in various zones in Kenya. That's why in most fields we see in all regions, we are able to see crops, maize crops being grown. It's also very high yielding, and it also have very multiple purposes. And people actually have gone to this crop because of its great returns. Actually, because of the importance that has been attached to maize, most of our indigenous crops have been displaced by this crop. Our indigenous crops like the sorghum, the millet have been displaced with preference for the maize crop. And also, it serves a dual purpose. It's used also as a human food and also as a livestock feed. So it plays a very critical role in actually ensuring food security and sustainability. For this crop to actually yield better, it requires optimal production. Actually, favorable conditions are required. This is in terms of climatic conditions with adequate rains during its growth period. And of course, it requires some drier periods when it's actually about to mature in order for it to dry up to its required moisture condition. And another key factor is it requires very deep, well-fertilized, aerated soils. And of course, for it to also actually do better, it has to be in an area where there's no diseases and pests. So just to emphasize the importance of maize in our Kenyan food system, the table that I've just shown is to show you some local examples of how maize is being processed in our day-to-day meals. In the first instance, we have the whole grain foods, where the main processing step is cooking. We have the githeri, of course, this is a mixture of maize and beans. Mudokoi, where the maize is soaked and the outer hard covering is removed and then is cooked. And then most people also prefer eating maize as roasted or boiled maize in form of vegetables. Then we have snacks, which currently popcorn is the most favored. Of course, we have porridge. We know in the western region of Kenya, there's the ugali, which is most favored by these people. And for most of them, you have not eaten, if you have a good food, if you have not eaten ugali. And of course, we have uji. Uji also plays a critical role in most of the rural households. Actually, because of the importance attached to maize and its availability, most people in the rural homes actually wean their children using the maize flour uji. And also when it comes to fermented, we also have fermented uji. And also when it comes to beverages, we have the kirario and also the alcoholic ones where we have the busa and changa. Of course, these are just few examples. There are other forms of maize food in Kenya. Just to explain about the yields and acreages in Kenya, I've made a comparison with Uganda to actually show you the trend in production of maize for us to be able to embrace how we have come so far with maize production. When you look at the graph, the lower one is the green one shows how much land has been set aside by Uganda for maize cultivation. And where my arrow is shows how much yield Uganda actually is actually getting from this acreage. So currently in 2018, according to FAO statistics, maize for Uganda was about 3 acres. But excuse me, there's somebody talking in the background. In 2018, Uganda was able to attain 3 tons per acre. And when we compare it, Kenya actually have set aside quite a very huge amount of land for maize production, as shown by the arrow I'm pointing at. And the yields are up there. Basically, we have come from 3.5 hectares production per acre. And in 2018, we were basically able to attain about 2 tons per acre. So when we compare Uganda and Kenya, we can see that we are not producing so well. And even Uganda is, despite the low amount of land they have set aside to Kenya, they're able to produce even more. And one key factor is that maize is not a major crop in Uganda compared to Kenya. And in fact, in order to meet the deficit in Kenya, one of the countries that brings in most of their maize in Kenya is Uganda. So with this current state of affairs, we see that we are trending on a very dangerous ground, because considering that food security in Kenya is based on the availability of maize, we need to do something about these yields. Otherwise, our food security situation is under threat. So the reason why please, can you mute your mic? Somebody is really speaking loudly. Yeah, thank you.
Muted already.
Okay. So because the low yields of 2 tons, actually when you compare it with the highest maize producer in the world, America, which produce over 10 tons per acre, the low yields are mainly attributed to human population pressure, as I think the presenter initially, I think Mr. David, who has presented, have really clearly stated how human population pressure has put a lot of pressure on land. It has become so small that currently we are talking about only 0.5 acre for a small farmer, an average. Then we have the high cost of production. The inputs required for maize production, especially the fertilizers, the seeds, are very high, and the labor required. And this has actually increased the cost of production. Then you also have the financial constraints. The low yields are not able to bring up the required returns that the farmers have inputted in production. So they are facing high financial constraints, and this has limited them from actually engaging in modern agricultural technologies that can enable them to ensure increased yield. And another key factor that actually has affected maize is low soil fertility levels. Actually, currently our soils are very poor. They are very low in nutrients, and this has been characterized by the small land sizes has actually encouraged continuous cultivation and intensive cultivation for that matter. So this has actually lowered the soil fertility levels. And this is accompanied by the fact that even nutrient replenishment in the soils is very limited. And so our soils are so degraded, and it is one of the key factors responsible for the low maize yields. And another key factor are diseases, like the new maize necrotic disease that has prevailed, pests like the stem borer, and weeds, especially the striga weed. Of course, as has been said, we have the unpredictable and adverse weather effect due to climate change that has adversely affected production, agricultural production. This is especially which has brought about drought and floods. And of course, one of another key challenge which I'm hoping to actually air out in this presentation is the preference for the nutrient inferior white maize. So in terms of nutrition, white maize varieties are the most preferred. But when you consider the nutrient component of maize, of course, maize is nutritious. It is rich in minerals, vitamins. But when you look at white maize, it does not have carotenoids, the precursor for vitamin A, which is needed. But when you look at yellow maize is quite nutritious when you compare it with white maize. It has actually carotenoids, which is important for vitamin A, and therefore is able to adequately meet at considerable level meet the vitamin A requirement that is needed among our population. Just to highlight the need for vitamin A, I just wanted to show you that there's a high global burden of malnutrition, and this is highly prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa. So among the key malnutrition that is being experienced in Africa and even in Kenya in particular, we have the vitamin A deficiency. And this is specifically among the children below the age of 5 and women in their reproductive age, the pregnant women and the lactating women. And according to WHO, the only way that we can meet the vitamin A deficiency is by taking vitamin A-rich foods, which is mainly in form of fruits and vegetables, which are green, orange, or yellow in color, and animal products. But unfortunately, when you come to the rural areas, these products are highly perishable and very expensive for them to access. So another key way that has been used to ensure vitamin A intake is through supplementation and biofortification. But also these ones are very expensive and not sustainable, because once this needs to be sustained by actually most of these are actually sponsored by organizations and NGOs, and it's not sustainable in the long run. So how can we ensure that vitamin A deficiency is adequately addressed? And therefore, our hope lies in the staple maize, which is especially in the yellow maize. So as I'm speaking, one of the key areas in Kenya and the regions that is currently involved in yellow maize production is in the western region of Kenya. This this gives hope that actually yellow maize production can be enhanced and actually brought to our tables to ensure that we meet our vitamin A deficiency. And just to show you how important yellow maize is, the table here indicates the nutrient composition of our major cereals that are available, from maize to wheat to flour to rice. And if you can see clearly, I just want to major on vitamin A part, the table that shows the vitamin A. And when you look at yellow maize, you can see the level of vitamin A that is in it when you compare with other cereals that are available. So yellow maize, when even compare with the white maize, you can see white maize has no vitamin A, but yellow maize is actually coming out as more superior in nutrient composition when you look, we compare it with other cereals. So, as I've said, there's high preference for white maize. So what are the reasons for the poor production and utilization of yellow maize in Kenya? One of the key things and the reason is because people are used to and familiar to white maize. From the time people are born, we are used to eating white maize. And so we have no other option but to continue eating white maize, despite it actually being inferior to the yellow maize. Another thing is that yellow maize is considered as inferior. So in fact, one of the key attributes, especially in the urban regions, is that the whiter the maize flour is, the better. You feel even more richer when you eat a more processed white maize than yellow maize. And of course, yellow maize is associated with food aid. Actually, the main ways that yellow maize gets into the country is as relief food. Most of the time, it used to come when we are food insecure, and it's being imported in order to ensure the food insecurity situation is combated. And of course, one of the reasons is the off flavor with the unacceptable taste that has been very much regarded to yellow maize. Actually, the reason for this off flavor and unacceptable taste is because of poor handling when it's being transported and when it's being stored. Because when you're importing, you have to import large quantities in order to meet the high population demands. And when it is poorly handled, it leads to this off flavors and unacceptable taste. And another thing is that despite it being disregarded by many people, it's widely actually recognized as a livestock animal feed, because actually the reason it is highly demanded in these sectors because it gives the flesh, the egg, that yellowish color that actually people attribute it to tastiness and freshness of the meat. And of course, one of the major constraints we are having currently is because maize research has mainly focused on yield and looking at the abiotic and biotic tolerance. So when you currently when we currently look, most of our maize, hybrid maize seeds are actually for white maize, and there's little on yellow maize. And that is one of the reasons that most of the farmers who are involved in yellow maize production in Western regions are actually having a difficult time with producing it, because their maize seeds are very much degenerated because of years and years of continuous use of the same seed over a long period of time. So what are ways of enhancing yellow maize production and utilization, considering its nutrition superiority to the white maize? One key way is by creating awareness among the masses on its nutritional benefits. What has been discovered is that once people are aware about the nutrient composition of food, because of much need, people becoming more aware of the need to eat nutritious food. When the masses have become aware of the nutritional benefits, they're able to change their eating habits. And that is why creating awareness among the masses is very important. So one of the key ways to do this is by targeting—
Please, you have 3 minutes.
Wow, okay, I will shorten it. You have to target the vulnerable groups, especially women and the children. And this can be done by introducing yellow maize in the preschool feeding programs. And of course, regulatory measures need to be put in place in order to encourage people to embrace yellow maize. And also research also need to focus on on actually these nutritious foods in order to ensure that the yellow crops like yellow maize have been enhanced. So another key component, as we have said, our soils are very poor in fertility, and all our crops draw their nutrients from the soil. When you look at this table that I presented, is about the major cereals that we grow. And when you look in at the table, you see that these cereals are actually literally leaching the soil of its nutrients, especially maize. Maize is a heavy feed of nutrients. And if we are going to enhance production, we have to ensure that our soils are replenished. And this can be done through integrated soil fertility management by actually combining organic and inorganic fertilizers to ensure production. So currently, this picture I took from Homa Bay County in one of the farms, and you can see the condition of the field. We have high prevalence of striggerweed, and the maize plants are very pathetic. They are weak, they are stunted, and we don't expect any much yield from this kind of a farm. Now, this is what we are hoping that with time, when farmers are made aware of the nutrient benefit of yellow maize, this is what we'll see our farmers actually being able to get through integrated soil fertility management. Of course, this can also be done through intercropping yellow maize with the legumes. Because of time, I'll just be brief. Intercropping actually is very beneficial because it ensures efficient utilization of resources. It improves the soil health, combats against the effect of climate change, and even this menacing striggerweed, which actually has hampered yellow maize production in the western region of the country. We have seen that through intercropping, this can be actually managed. And through intercropping, we also we are able to ensure that crop failure is able to be safeguarded against. And of course, I was looking at other ways in which we can actually complement yellow maize diet in order to ensure that adequate nutrients are met. And this can only be done by integrating legumes in the diets. And I just wanted to show you how important legumes are in terms of nutrient composition. And if this can be integrated amongst our farmers and actually in the diets of our rural population, this will actually guarantee a balanced diet when it's accompanied with yellow maize. So what are the impacts that enhancing yellow maize will have? One, it will actually result into increased yields, which will see income levels increase. And of course, we'll be able to alleviate the vitamin A deficiency that has been rampant, especially in the rural regions. And also because farmers involved in yellow maize are limited only in the western regions, we believe that when production has been enhanced, other farmers in other regions of the country will be able also to delve into the production of yellow maize. And of course, because there's high competition between the use of maize as a human food and livestock feed, this will actually be able to lessen the high competition that is existing because of the dual purpose that maize actually is involved in. And also will ensure adequate supply of nutrients, nutritious feed and fodder to ensure livestock productivity. And this one actually will enable farmers to even have more income and actually ensure that there's more balanced diet in their meals. And lastly, because we're importing so high amount of maize, especially yellow maize for our feeds, this will actually go ahead to reduce dependence on importation and foreign aids in terms of maize. I want to stop there, and I want to thank you for the attention that you have given me and for this opportunity to present my work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation on the importance of yellow maize and how its production can be improved so that we have higher yields and better or improved food and nutrition security. I understand that Rosanna is now with us. Is that correct? Rosanna. No response. So we therefore proceed to the next presenter, who is James Nderitu on sustainable coffee production under changing climate. James Nderitu, are you here?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you very much. I would like to start sharing my screen so that we can start. I hope everyone is able to see the screen.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, thank you. So my name is James Mwangi Nderitu. I'm a PhD student at the Wangari Maathai Institute of Peace and Environmental Studies. And this is a part of my PhD studies, which is looking at agricultural intensification for sustainable development. And my supervisors are Professor Modama and Dr. Kinama, whom have really assisted me to getting this far. And basically, one of the issues that is becoming a major how to so that you can get the ecosystem services derived from crops working together. And this can only be looked at in the fact that when you go to a forest or to a grassland, you don't get bare ground, but yet all the crops work together and help each other with the below ground interactions, whereby the ecosystem services such as improvement of soil moisture conservation, weed suppression, increase of organic matter, and improving the nutrient cycling are included in the system. And this is in furtherance to the issues about the climate action, SDG number 13, where we are looking at also ways of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions. And further to that, also we are looking at how to mitigate against the challenges of livestock feeds, which we know in our country is a major problem, especially during the dry weather. And my main area or my main topic in my PhD is assessing climate smart agency government measures in coffee plantations using Desmodium legume cover crop. So we can just look at basically in my objectives is to compare soil nutrients and moisture concentrations at different treatments in the coffee plantation after the establishment of Desmodium legume cover crop, with the resulting biomass as fodder for livestock. And also evaluation of weed control methods using hard weeding, glyphosate-based herbicide, and Desmodium, because one of the areas that is making coffee farmers have a major problem is the cost implication of weeding. So one of the issues that we are looking at today is the sensitivity of cash crops to unpredictable weather changes and the related food security challenges resulting from the climate change disruptions in agricultural systems and related decline in yields, which are still predicted to go down, which in turn will disrupt nation economies reliant on cash crops such as coffee and the related industries and the entire ecosystem. Unfortunately, sub-Saharan Africa, which is already experiencing food insecurity, is ill-equipped to accommodate the predicted yield losses. And agriculture, their mainstay, has been categorized as the most vulnerable sectors to climate change, leading to sporadic incidences of food insecurity. This is by Parker et al. In 2019. And the data from the Global Coffee Platform indicates that we already have 115,600 hectares under coffee in Kenya, which basically is 98% Arabica, 97% exported. In 2018, we had 41,000 metric tons, which was produced by an estimated 790,000 farmers. And most of them are smallholder farmers by GCP 2018. And when you look at if you now look at the number of people who are now in the 790,000 households, then it means that you are talking of upwards of 4.5 million people being affected by the crop. Therefore, it is important to focus on smallholder farmers for the growth and development of agriculture in Africa without jeopardizing the environment. And Kamara et al. Have already looked into that, whereby we are, as the other speakers have already said, we are challenged by the declining land holdings. And already that has been coupled with a continued decline in soil fertility and the resulting reproductivity. That is both the Turi et al. And multiplier panel in 2013. So the question is, how do we go about this? Because we need to meet the SDG 12 of sustainable production and consumption, and also climate action. According to Juma et al., is that the path towards increasing food security in time of changing climate calls for sustainable intensification of smallholder agriculture. And the sustainable intensification, therefore, are measures that identifies the need to use the same land or less maybe, and water, because land and water already are constant. So how do you optimize on the two with increased efficiency and prudence in the usage of agricultural inputs? Basically, we are seeing the negative impacts of pesticides and fertilizers to the environment. So you need to increase the efficiency and also prudence in the usage, while at the same time minimizing emission of greenhouse gases, ensuring capitalization of the natural capital. Because when you strengthen the resilience with the intentional reduction of environmental impact, then you are doing better because you are in line with the SDGs. But at the same time, you also have to ensure adequate income and sustained nutrition. So therefore, with the changing climate variability in season, which is reducing the coping adaptation capacity with the decline of animal feeds due to weather-related natural resources degradation. That's by Stringer et al. In 2017. And this is evidence in Kenya, because almost every time when we have dry weather, you can see the pastoralists or the farmers who have livestock having already conflicts with farmers. And the question is, how do you deal with it? Because to support the feed diversification as a response to increase the adaptive capacity is still constrained by governance challenges. That is according to Taka et al. In 2015. And the economic marginalization starting from raw economic base. Because like now, the raw economic base is because some areas have high potential, but they don't have irrigation, or they don't have the capacity to do irrigation. So question is, how do you deal with that? Then there are challenges related to feed availability from fodder, which is projected to complicate the livelihoods and agricultural sustainability. And therefore, we require urgent interventions to increase their resilience, because as you know, most of the coffee farmers practice mixed farming, whereby they have some crop production and also some livestock. So instead of them always relying on buying commercial feeds, what are the opportunities available with agricultural intensification to help them cope with the changing climate? And also the coffee production systems are faced with challenges in terms of moisture losses, especially during dry weather, and weed control, which actually comprises more than 50% of their cost. When you look at the spacing of some varieties, like the SL28, which is 2.74 meters by 2.74 meters, it makes weeds become a major challenge, because the area that is bare, that is coming into contact with sunshine and encouraging photosynthesis, is very high. And once again, we have already seen that weed control using chemical, that is the herbicides, it's already having a challenge, because there's already evidence of herbicide resistance, which means that some farmers are being pushed to use more herbicide with the negative environmental implications. While manual weeding, which is widely practiced, is already known to lead to loss of ecosystem services, because the below ground interactions, once you expose them to the sun, then the obscura mycorrhiza fungi and the other systems are already destroyed. Further, the soil degradation impacts, especially predisposition to soil erosion, which we've seen during the rain seasons in Kenya. The amount of soil that is carried by rain is so much. In our materials and method, the study area, we are doing it at the University of Nairobi Field Station at Kabete Campus Coffee Plantation with the coordinates as shown. And this because it is similar in the growing conditions as part of the Central Kenya Coffee Highlands, where most of the coffee farmers are located. And the variety is SL28, which has a tree population of 1330 trees per hectare. That is according to CRF 2005. And we are using randomized complete block design of 4 treatments replicated 3 times with plots measuring 6 by 12 meters. When the treatments are coffee plus desmodium legume cover crop, coffee plus hard weeding, and coffee plus herbicide, and then they sold desmodium separately. And as you can see, when you are looking at the impact to do with soil evaporation, on the left you can see where already desmodium have been harvested. There's still already some vines covering the ground, and there's already development of some soil organic matter. And the CN ratio of legumes is much better than that one of grasses, which makes them decompose faster. And as you can see on the right side, there's the sampling so that we can get the results that we are looking at. So when we are looking at the evaluation of the coffee weeding cost, we realize that coffee intercrop with desmodium had higher moisture retention of 36% on average, being higher than most other treatments. Because one of the studies that had been carried before, and the challenge that was in the relation to adoption of cover crops in coffee, was the moisture extraction from cover crops. But now, with the research that we're doing, we're able to show that sustained cover crop is able to retain moisture longer than bare ground or even where you have herbicide. The additional advantage of being able to produce legume biomass, which is about 17,000 kilos per hectare when you extrapolated it, that is when it's fresh. It means that the farmers can be able to have something in addition to the same plant of coffee they've been having.
James, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so desmodium also was able to establish 90% ground cover in 10 weeks after planting, inhibiting weed growth, thus reducing the need of weeding, as well as conserve moisture. So when you look at the moisture trends, when we are studying it, you can see we had the baseline when we are starting to do the planting, and gradually you can see that the relationship between now desmodium and moisture is already well established. And after 10 weeks, there was already 80% ground cover, which means that it's able to suppress weeds for a longer period and more cost effectively. When you look at the issue that also concerns most of the agronomic practices is the issue of if desmodium will extract more other nutrients more than the coffee. We already know that legume fodders already fix atmospheric nitrogen, and we have seen there is transfer of nitrogen from the donor to the recipient. And thereby, when you look at the relationship in terms of pH, organic matter, the issue of nitrogen, the issue of potassium, calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus, you realize that they are not significantly affected by intercropping with desmodium. So the benefits are associated with selection of the right cover crop, being deeply rooted, and also easing in management while helping in moisture conservation is something that is economically important for most of the farmers. When we come to the returns on labor for the different treatments per hectare, you look at the coffee plus cover crop, which actually we look at the cost of labor per hectare in USD, and we look at year one, whereby you are establishing the desmodium, which means that you have to sow, you have to weed first time. And when you look at the frequency of 3 times per year, and the total cost per hectare per year being at $168, coffee plus hard weeding, you have more frequency because as long as it rains and after the rains, you have to do another weeding. Also the same for the herbicide, which now this is becoming a bit more complicated because the issue of herbicide resistance is making farmers use more herbicide than previously. So there's the issue of what is the standard now that costs that could be there. But the advantage is that once you use a cover crop like desmodium, the extra returns on labor because you'll harvest the desmodium is evident with $750 per hectare. And this is looked at because the annual yield of 250 bales of 30 kg per hectare would actually sold at the market price give 75,000 Kenyan shillings. And hypothetically, since we already have 115,600 hectares under cover production, then it would mean that if adoption of desmodium as a cover crop would be there, then it would increase an income of about 86.7 million USD. And this would save money in terms of livestock farmers buying for some of their protein animal feeds. And basically also the fact that we don't need to import more grain as a source of protein for the animal feeds, which means that the human food security will also be improved. And also, we are also associating the benefit of the carbon footprint that will be associated with the use of desmodium. So in conclusion, what you're saying is that the growing wheat resistance to herbicide usage requires economic considerations for cover crops adoption in coffee. Because if the resistance is there, even if you add more herbicide, it will still have the negative implications to the environment, but the income to the farmer will not be added. It will still be decreased. But when you have an extra income to the farmer because of saving to buy fodder and also being able to produce in the same area, they are producing the coffee, they're able to produce the fodder for livestock, then it means it's good. Also, the weeding cost will be lower and the incomes of the farmers will be increased despite the sporadic rainfall demands. And mixed crop and livestock production practiced in most coffee production areas will benefit from the extra source of fodder or the revenue. And therefore, I would say that it's a good thing to be done, while further studies would need to establish the relationship between the soil ecosystem services, such as nutrient cycling and soil microorganism communities, with the aggregate associated functions of soil organic matter decomposition, and the quantification of nitrogen fixation and transfer to the coffee plant in the long-term use of desmodium cover crop, because we've seen some studies showing that you can get upwards of 120 kg of nitrogen fixed per hectare by some of these legumes. The question is, now that these studies have already elucidated that, are we using them? And are we using them in line with the SDG 12 of sustainable production and also SD 13 of climate action, which actually would really be good. Finishing with these pictures there, so you can see.
Cited the flex versus keep caring and a post and another.
So
the issues of circumstantial evidence.
So as you can see on the left, we have the coffee plant with the desmodium cover crop, which you can see it's really doing well, while you can see the scorching effect of the herbicide, while on the other side, you can see the bare ground. So when you look at the soil moisture evaporation, it's much higher on bare ground because the radiant energy going directly into the soil to suck moisture is much higher on bare ground than where you have the cover crop. So that is one of the things that I would say that it's important. And since we are still having challenges with the Kenyan coffee, we need to look at how to help farmers mitigate against the global market dynamics of lowered prices, like we are being told to having lost the Korean and the Japanese market, and also being able to have farmers supported to make sure that they are able to sustain their productivity. So I have not been furthered in this study, and appreciate if there are any opportunities, because it's still ongoing, and we are hoping that we'll end it up with a good communication that would lead to more sustainable production and intensification in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, James, for that very good presentation on sustainable coffee production. Now, Roseanne, are you now with us?
Yes.
Yes, if you can remember exactly where you are, and you quickly complete your presentation. Huh?
Yes, so good morning, everybody. Once again, welcome. My name is Roseanne from Gaia Foods, and I was just talking about solid waste management from processing of potatoes. I am actually at the farm as we speak, so maybe that is even why we were having some little bit of interruption in terms of network. But this is the place where now we bring the potato peels. It became necessary to actually think of it deliberately as a way of life, because the kind of peels that were being produced were many. And through a partnership with the insect center ISIPE that is here in Nairobi, we got to understand the cycle of growing black soldier flies. Now, as you can see on the screen, we have potato peels that have been put in a crate, and that is how they come in when we are putting in the black soldier fly larvae. The black soldier fly larvae takes about 28 days to grow from egg to a mature larvae. And the mature larvae has got a protein content of about 45%, which is very, very high and very, very competitive. It actually is comparable to the protein content of fish meal, the silverfish, locally known as omena, which is the main component of protein in animal feeds. So through this process, we are providing an alternative for animal feeds, which can actually be scaled up to replace or rather complement the fish meal and leave the fish really to the humans, and thereby also reducing significantly the cost of animal feeds. Black soldier fly larvae can also be eaten directly by livestock that has one stomach, the monogastrics. Those are your pigs, your chicken, your fish, and they will digest it and they will bring in quite some significant protein levels. So here we have the 3 stages that are on the screen. I don't know whether I can show you from my end. I don't know how to do this, but anyway, yeah, it can actually degenerate any kind of waste, including farm produce that is degenerating, old cabbages, old carrots. We can also use, yes, thank you. So here we have the first stage, which is potato peels. And here we have brought the eggs of the larvae. And the eggs of the larvae have hatched and they have grown to be a small larvae. Now, people usually ask me why I touch them with my hands. This is potatoes, and the black soldier fly larvae are abiotic, so they do not have any problem. Depending on the waste stream that you're using, this is perfectly okay. You can see the size that is there, very, very tiny. These ones are 5 days old. You introduce 5 days old into your waste. And here, I don't know whether it is clear, but this is potato peels together with some cabbages. And we have introduced the 5-day-old larvae here. And here they will stay for 14 days, 2 weeks, during which time they will grow and decompose all this solid waste into soil-like structure. This is larvae that has grown. This is on day 13, 1 day to harvesting. You can see already the larvae are quite big. You can see that the soil, the waste, solid waste has been decomposed quite significantly. From this step, you sieve them and get now the final products, which are here. This is now the potato peels and the cabbages after it has been eaten by the black soldier fly. So within a period of 14 days, what you had as a nuisance as solid waste is completely degenerated to a product of value. This is very good manure. This is very good organic fertilizer. With proper rain, you actually even get mushrooms just popping up from this. The second product is your black soldier fly larvae. Now this is the larvae, and this becomes feed for chicken, for fish, and for pigs. So thereby reducing your solid waste nuisance significantly within just a period of 14 days. So we are grateful for the opportunity to work with the Horti-Green, because together with the Horti-Green team, we have looked at solid waste as well as water and energy, and we are making very good progress, significant progress in terms of reducing what we can that are regarded. When you have your protein, you as would a kilo of fish, omena. And so that is our progress. Let me stop there so that then I can take in the questions that would be there.
Thank you very much, Rosanne. The questions will come later after other presentations. So thank you very much for that good presentation. You have shown us how you can really add value to the potato peels that would otherwise be regarded as a waste material. And we can see that it can become very valuable, get good manure and also animal feed. Thank you very much. The next presenter is Judith Kipto.
Hello, Prof.
Yes, welcome.
Okay,
and go ahead.
I'm trying to share my...
Yeah, you click on share screen at the bottom, that green button, and then click on your presentation.
Okay. Almost there.
Yes, it is there. I can now see it.
Okay. But I think only one slide. I can only, okay, yeah. All of them is there. My name is Judith Kipto from University of Nairobi. I'm a PhD student. My supervisors are Professor Ndegwa, Dr. Mutisi, and Professor Irungu. My topic is on effects of soil organic and inorganic amendments on plant parasitic nematodes in citrus. So citrus is considered as the most economically important fruit. However, it's being constrained by pests and diseases. And this has resulted into supplements imports from Tanzania, South Africa, and Egypt, since they do not meet the local demand. And one of the most economically important pests is plant parasitic nematodes, which actually they injure the root system, causing reduced water and nutrient intake. And they also parasitize the crop, causing secondary infection caused by the soil-borne fungal and bacterial pathogens. And this leads to development of small stunted and chlorotic leaves. And eventually this brings to reduced yield, the quality and the yield of fruits. Now, the widely employed control method in Kenya right now is chemical nematicides, which have been used to suppress the nematodes. However, because of the negative impact of nematicides, their use is increasingly becoming restricted. And so there is interest in low-cost, eco-friendly alternative methods of nematode suppression, which is growing rapidly. For instance, the use of organic manure, which is a component, can be included as a component for integrated management strategy. And the use of these organic amendments has been used in several studies in the world to reduce the damage, to reduce the population of plant parasitic nematodes and their damage. And these plant parasitic nematodes, most of them, the one which is most important is Tylinca semipenetrant and the melodogyne species. So the use of organic amendments, what happens is they increase the soil biodiversity, and also they stimulate the nematode destroying fungi for control of the PPNs. So the aim of this study was to investigate the effect of soil, organic and inorganic amendments for control of plant parasitic nematodes in citrus. So the study site was, this study was carried out in Swam Orchard, a citrus orchard in Trans Nzoia, and in Wote in Machakos for 3 years, 2017 to 2019. The trees were about 7 years old at a spacing of 4 meters by 5, mostly were the sweet orange. At the beginning of the experiment, we did soil testing. We did assessment of actually the soil test to find out the number of, to see the level of the micronutrients, and also to find out the number of plant parasitic nematode at that time before the beginning of the experiment. So different combination of fertilizers were used. We have the organic and inorganic fertilizers, which were actually the compost manure, which was prepared in Machakos, and another one in Swam Orchard. So we had the experimental design composed of 4 treatments, which were the pure organic, which was 100% manure, and then inorganic, which was 100% NPK, and then we had a combined application where we have 50% organic manure and 50% inorganic, and then we had a control where there was no fertilizer that was applied completely. So 4 samples was collected in 3 years. I mean, every year we're collecting 4 soil samples using an auger, and we had to, the soil was collected at the depth of 15 to 30 centimeters from the canopy of the tree in different treatments. So the auger was dipped in 70% between sampling to sterilize, to avoid contamination of the treatments. And then a composite of soil sample weighing 200 grams was collected, and then it was placed in a polythene bag labeled and taken to Caldro laboratory for nematode extraction. So extraction was done by the modification of the Behrman's technique, and the soil sample weighed 200 grams or put in sieve plates with paper towel in between the soil and the sieve plate and placed under a water bath. Then the setup was left and disturbed 48 hours to allow the nematodes to swim into the water on the plate. And then the nematode suppression was collected and sieved through 25 micrometer apertures to a 20 millimeter beaker. Then a a micropipette was used to draw 2 ml of the nematode suspension and placed into the counting dish under a microscope. This is the setup that I was using in the lab. The results indicated that the trees treated with pure organic manure exhibited low number of ppms, followed by the combined application of organic manure and the NPK, and the highest was recorded on control and NPK treated trees. You can see the level as compared. We have Kitale, it was 61.3, and Wote 53.0 as compared to the beginning, where the level, the density of the nematodes were about 145.5 and 124.8. So organic manure played a big role in reducing the number of nematodes. Now this is the micronutrients level before 2017 and after the application of organic and organic fertilizers. So you can see the level in 2017 was low, and then by 2019 the level had increased. So in terms of yield, there were a marked increase, yield increase in Kitale and Makueni, whereby the tonnage was about 8.8, 8.1 and 7.8 tons per hectare in 2019 for the two sites, which is compared to the previous in 2017, which was 2.6 and 2.1 tonnage per hectare. So this could have been due to various reasons, and one of them is the improved crop health, which actually made the crop more resistant to plant parasitic nematode attack. And then I could also say that proper nutrition is an important aspect to maintain the soil health and also manage the population of plant parasitic nematodes. The reduction of this was due to, the reduction of the plant parasitic nematode following the addition of organic manure is in agreement with several studies that have been done before. So the reduction of plant parasitic nematodes could have been due to the release. During the composition, the organic manure released some toxic substances which actually kills the plant parasitic nematodes, and also increase in soil biodiversity, which actually reduced the nematode destroying fungi, which increased the number of nematode destroying fungi, which actually reduced or controlled the number or reduced the number of plant parasitic nematodes. In conclusion, we recommend farmers to increase their fertilizer use, that is combined of organic and inorganic, to suppress the nematode pests on the roots of the trees. And then the use of these organic and inorganic amendments will lead to healthy trees, increase yields, and has been sustained by present work and also in reference to earlier studies. So the use of organic and inorganic fertilizer is necessary for sustainable production. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith, for that good presentation, and also for keeping time. So you are able to be very much to the point. So I hope that you will be around to answer some questions that may arise later after all the presentations have been done.
Okay.
Now the next presenter is Jacqueline Ogola. Is Jacqueline with us? Do we have Jacqueline Ogola in the meeting? Jacqueline Ogola. Not present. Judith, Judith, can you unshare or stop sharing?
I think we can move to another presenter.
Yes.
While we wait if she will be organized, let us can present.
Good. Professor Mburu on benefits, potential investments, and challenges of adoption of SCP, horticultural crops.
Yes, Chair, I'm there.
Very good.
Yeah, and I can go for the presentation. Let me share my screen first. Just a moment, I handle this. I think now I'm ready, Chair. Everybody can see my screen?
I can see it.
Very well, Prof.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this is a study that we were invited by WWF to collaborate on. And it's a large study, but we picked some results from it on benefits, potential investments, and challenges of adoption of sustainable consumption and production practices of horticultural crops in the Lake Naivasha Basin. And allow me to give one of the lead persons in that project, Caroline Giro, to give a word for 1 minute as I continue. Thank you. Caroline, you're there? If Caroline is not there, probably Elizabeth Gathogo.
Good morning, everyone. I want to first thank the session for providing this time. We are undertaking a project on green horticulture on adoption of SCPs. And as part of what we are doing, we commissioned a study. And in this call also, I have my colleague Elizabeth Gathogo. So I think I'd mention one or two about the project. Kindly, you can go to the next slide. So WWF is implementing green horticulture at Lake Naivasha Basin as part of the Switch Africa Phase 2 projects. And it is really looking at the issue of the horticulture sector and how we can be able to green the sector. When you look at the Naivasha Basin, it's really known for horticulture. It's a hub. And really from the data we have is that currently whatever Kenya exports per week, 33% comes from this basin. So it's really critical. And when you look at the number of the smallholder farmers, it's really huge. And unsustainable agriculture really remains a huge threat. So we have smallholder farmers, we call them MSMEs in this presentation. They still practice conventional ways which are really compromising our natural resources, compromising even the sustainability of really our lives in future. And challenges of value addition and market access are really huge and really contributing to unsustainable consumption. So really unsustainable agriculture is really contributing to unsustainable production, and out of lack of markets, again, we have unsustainable consumption. And we have an opportunity or a window to improve the production practices, and this is what one of the things that the project endeavors to do, to really enhance greening of the horticulture sector through uptake of sustainable production and consumption practices. Next. Yeah, so the project is funded, as I mentioned, under Switch Africa Green Phase 2. It is anchored on the Green Economy Strategy and Implementation Plan, that was launched in 2016. And it aims really at working towards the horticulture sector, making the horticulture sector green through a large uptake of sustainable consumption and production practices along the supply chain, and therefore creating green jobs and ensuring that at least we reduce poverty. Right now, the project is in Naivasha Basin, so covering the basin. And it really aims to promote adoption of sustainable consumption and production so that it can drive resource efficiency and adoption of green practices that minimize the negative impacts on climate, water, and land. And this is really through the adoption of SCPs. So, and looking at it, we are looking at how do we ensure we can strengthen the markets and reduce the unsustainable production, increase the agro incomes, and at the same time increasing the production of the farmer. Next. Yeah, so I want to hand over to Professor Mburu, and thank you also for that collaboration with the University of Nairobi to get the results that really are helping us even to support our MSMEs. Karibu, Professor.
Thank you. Thanks, Caroline, for that introduction. I go direct to the objectives of the study. Our general objective is to analyze benefits, potential investments, and challenges of uptake of SCPs of vegetables in the Lake Naivasha Basin. Specifically, we want to analyze the profitability of the enterprises, of the vegetable enterprises that are being conducted by the MSMEs in the basin, and identify the value chain supporters and neighbors and their specific roles. And here we go for actual roles, what they're already doing, and potential roles that we can harness even as the project is being implemented. Thirdly, we want to assess the uptake of the SCPs and challenges to the adoption in the basin. The methodological approach is a simple one. We did a survey in the basin. The basin covers the value chain stretched to Nakuru, Nyandarua, and Nairobi counties, as you know, because those are consumption areas, although the production area is within the Lake Basin. We collected primary data using 2 focus group discussions and about 25 key informant interviews, whereby we generated in-depth information about their value chains and the practices that they have. Of course, we went for a non-probability sampling design because we did not want to go to the household level. And this data is complemented with secondary data, and particularly a baseline data, a baseline study that had been done by WWF. For the analysis, we adopt the value chain analysis approach, and this is complemented by the structure, conduct, and performance framework, because we want to see the interaction of the different actors in the value chain. And that's a simple presentation of the conceptual framework for those who are not in the value chain analysis. We are actually saying that the product moves from the producer traders themselves, the MSMEs, then to the assemblers, like the cooperatives or the groups, if the groups have got a holding point or a hub, then to the traders, which might be supermarkets or individual traders or processors, and finally to consumers. And all that, there are issues that are very important to support the value chain. But our focus is mainly on how the SMEs move from the production to the traders and processors. And we look at the adoption of SCPs and looking at what kind of trade, what kind of market do they access, and how is the trade and interaction with other value chain actors. We have a few results. We would have presented more, but I will present only what is key to us this day. One of the things is we found these are smallholder farmers having 1 acre, you know, having a 1 acre is a huge part of land under cultivation there, because most of them have got less than 1 acre of these crops. And you can see the various crops. These are crops that have got high demand, even in among our hotels in the tourism sector. Then we picked, as far as profitability is concerned, a number of value chains. We have the farmers in the lower zones. The lower zone is near the lake, and this is a dry zone, and they do mostly irrigated crops. And the upper zone, they have got enough rainfall so they can produce without irrigation. And you can see in the upper zone, the cabbage and the snow peas are the ones with the highest gross margin. And that would mean that the farmers could target this if they want to generate more income. Whereas in the lower zone, we have got the bulb onion and the capsicum that earn more money than the rest. We found that there are 2 kinds of markets that the farmers can access, and these are informal and formal market. The informal market is done at the farm gates, so traders just come to buy, and these ones are not expected. They don't have an appointment, and they exploit the farmers. But then we have got the formal organized markets, where the prices are well labeled. There are contracts. There are also value addition methods that are being practiced there, and the payment of modes and timeframes of delivery are well defined. And farmers express preference for the formal organized markets, mainly because they are secure, they have got higher incomes, they can easily negotiate for their contracts, and they can get higher margins. If they do so, then they get lump sum payments, and sometimes inputs are supplied, they can get emergency loans and so on. So there are many advantages for the organized market. And that's why WWF is organizing them to access such markets. And you can see I hope you can be able to see, if you have got the informal markets buying at 20 for the tomato, by the time it reaches the formal market or processor, it's about 50. So in the value chain, so you can see then it's better to sell at 50 rather than 20. And we mapped this value chain to pass the message that targeting the hotels and conservancies and organized grocery stores has a higher value than just targeting the informal markets that are around in the basin. Then we looked at the actors that are there, and it's important to have actors working together because they can support in many ways. The HCDA, the FPIC, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries are important. They can't be ignored in this work. Particularly, they not only provide, the Ministry of Agriculture not only provides market linkage, but it's also involved in extension services together with the HCDA. For the potatoes, the FPIC, the National Potato, the NPCK, the one of potatoes, is very, very important because they have even got their Viazi Soko, which they kind of promote and link farmers through in order to access better prices. Then capacity building could be provided even by others other than WWF. because they are the ones who are with the farmers most of the time, and therefore there is need for interaction. For contract enforcement, we found that HCDA is playing a very important role because it's able to defend the farmers, particularly when there are issues arising from buyers. We also identified potential roles of the value chain supporters and neighbors. Infrastructural support came out first because there's need of having aggregation stores constructed to facilitate farmers with holding areas so that when they have orders, then they can deliver them as soon as possible or as required. Then financing is a very important component, and we found like the Equity Bank is doing a lot and has got many products that can provide to the farmers, and farmers are able to access them at interest rates that are affordable. Then we also explored the Agri-Wallet by Dodore Kenya, which is an integrated system whereby you have the traders and the input suppliers and the farmers working together, and farmers are able also to get credit through them. So another financier could be the Agricultural Finance Corporation, although we did not find much on the ground from for this particular actor. On the value addition, and here now I come to the challenges, we found that the farmer level is limited. This here is just washing, cleaning of vegetables, then grading, and then some jam making, tomato jam making at the farmer level in the lower zone. But at the processor level, we found that there is more that is being done because there is repackaging and particularly after processing. And therefore, farmers could be integrated into the processing level of the value chain. As far as compliance with the standards and SCPs is concerned, we found that the MSMEs have been trained on SCPs, and they have been very keen to adopt them. Actually, some had already started adopting, and adoption is mainly constrained by inadequate capital for certified inputs, equipment, and soil testing services. And we found that all the farmers have been sensitized on the new standard by HCDA, which are now we call the Horticultural Directorate, and it is being adopted in the research area. The uptake of the standards is still low, and I think this is an issue that we need the actors to focus on in order to make sure that we can have more farmers adopting the standards. The constraints that MSMEs face and the buyers were also investigated, and we found that the the MSMEs have constraints, particularly as far as the organized markets are concerned. Here, one of the issue was delivery of small quantities, frequently requested by the hotels. And with this, they incur huge losses because it's associated with high transport costs. Then there's also seasonality issue as a result of reliance on rain-fed farming, leading to inconsistent production. So those are two key issues that the farmers have as far as accessibility to organized markets is concerned. Then the buyers in the organized markets have also some constraints. One of them is the nature of the hotel business is different from what farmers expect, and farmers are not able to deliver instant orders because sometimes they have got only tourists coming, few tourists coming, and then all of a sudden in a day they can get more coming, and they have to call the farmers to deliver. And the farmers, because most of them don't have holding areas or hubs, then they are not able to deliver. Then lack of diversity of type and variety supplied by the MSMEs, and we are going, and they are looking into that to diversify. And then produce requirements, potatoes and tomatoes. Some of the hotels and other buyers have got size requirements that the farmers have to comply with. One of some of the recommendations who are coming out is like if the farmers would have some aggregation hubs like this one we found of Mama Jane in Naivasha, then they could be called upon by the hotels and they can be able to supply as required.
Yes, Amburu, can you conclude?
Yes, I'm concluding, sir. So what are the key investments that we identified? One of them is to pilot the aggregation hubs with a few farmer groups. Then the other one is to fast track farmers' compliance with the KS 1758 standard and certification, enhance promotion of SCPs, practices among various stakeholders, not only the farmers, but also the other stakeholders like suppliers and buyers should also understand them. And then organize farmers exchange visits to enhance their capacity in production and marketing of vegetables. And 5, support scaling up of adaptable value addition methods at farm level. And 6, blend finance support with trade through platforms such as AgriWallet. So we found these are areas that can be very important for the producers. And thank you very much for listening to this presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Moore, for that very enlightening presentation. I hope you'll be available for any questions that may arise. Now, do we now have Jacqueline with us? It appears no. So in that case, we have Judy Ngugi.
Yes, good morning, or good afternoon, sorry. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can also see you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. So let me share my screen. Okay. So yes, for introductions, my name is Judy Ngugi. I'm a master's student in energy policy at the Pan-African University Institute of Water and Energy Sciences, including climate change. It's based in Algeria, Tlemcen. So I first want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak in such an informative and educative forum. I'll be presenting to you part of my master's research that I've been doing under the guidance of Professor Mudama. I tried to pick one of the objectives that is in line with the themes of the conference, that is evaluating policies as drivers of energy transition in Kenya. The reason why I took that is we cannot dispute the importance of the energy, food, and climate change nexus in the world right now, because one of the sectors that has been hit very hard in terms of climate change is the agricultural sector. So I'll give just a very small presentation. For introduction, it cannot be understated the importance of energy in any economic development. That's why the Industrial Revolution was mostly focused on coal as the main energy driving force. And globally, according to every economy, having reliable and available energy is one of the key ways to ensure the economies are able to reach their full potential. However, due to reliance on heavy fossil fuel, now we are having the impact of climate change being seen across the world. And it doesn't matter which school of thought you come from in terms of climate change, if it's there or not, but we cannot dispute the fact that we are seeing change in rainfall patterns, loss of biodiversity, increased spells of droughts and floods, not just in Africa, but now in areas that's where they thought that such cases don't happen. It's for that reason that in 2016, countries decided to sign into the Paris Agreement to be able to reduce their emissions through the nationally determined contributions, the NDCs, so that they can be able to mitigate the greenhouse gases that they emit. And one of the ways, or one of the areas that was identified they can reduce the emissions was the energy sector, and thus comes the energy transition. And that is how to increase the adoption of renewables into the different sectors of each economy and drive countries into low carbon economies. So for an outlook in terms of agriculture and energy aspects in East Africa, we see that in Africa, most of the countries rely or a big portion of their GDPs rely on the agricultural sector. And due to climate change now, countries have had to adapt measures where they can now mitigate and reduce and adapt the effects that come with climate change. So for a country like Ethiopia, as an example, they've had to transform their crop and livestock production, and in the same way modernizing their energy services and provide reliable and increased energy service just for their farmers, but for the whole country. Also, we are seeing Tanzania, they rolled out the Southern Agricultural Growth Corridor of Tanzania initiative, which is basically focused on enabling small-scale farmers into green economy and transforming the agricultural sector into agricultural green growth industry. Here in Kenya, I want to echo the words that I've heard from the previous presenters, where they say the green economy strategy and implementation plan under the 2016-2030 year plan is basically based in ensuring that the country is able to provide sustainable infrastructure that will ensure that energy and also other cases of development are based to last, not just to be there or built to adapt, but based to last and sustain the country for years to come. So for Kenya, in terms of energy consumption in the agricultural sector, so based to the reports by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, they say that the country consumes, by the year 2018, had consumed 59,000 tons of petroleum fuels only in that sector, and which is an increase compared to 2017, where they had the sector had consumed 57.4 thousand tons of petroleum. So how do we change this? How do we make sure that this sector is able to bring in energy transitions and incorporate different relied on energy systems into it? So one of the ways is through the policies that have been set in place. So first, I'll give you first a brief introduction of the different energy sources that the country has. So for like solar, we have been having the government putting in efforts in terms of installing a 50 megawatt plant that has 2,000 installed panels in Garissa. And we have been having the geothermal sector taking up most of the shares from the hydro sector and producing close to 828 megawatts from the commissioned plants. This is exclusive of other plants that are supposed to be brought in. And we are seeing the country also putting in efforts in terms of the wind sector, and where we launched the biggest African wind project farm at the moment, which is the Lake Turkana Wind Power Project based in Marsabit, which is supposed to produce 310 megawatts. This is an add-on to the Ngong Hills, which has been there for a while, that produces 25.5 megawatts of electricity. Due to climate change, the hydro sector has been highly hit, and that's why we are seeing the fluctuations in energy prices, and we are seeing now shift into the geothermal sector. The hydro sector produces close to 872 megawatts, and this giving away to the biomass, which in the country in terms of cooking sector highly relies on the biomass, but with new policies in place, we are hoping to see a shift and a transition into other cleaner fuels. Other areas that the country is exploring is the coal sector and how they can bring in the Lamu and the Kitui discussion
We can't hear you now, Judy. Are you still there? Judy is not there. Professor Mburu, you are sharing your screen or what?
No, sorry, I'm not sharing.
I can see your name covering the screen, the black background.
Oh, okay, probably I'm there. Let me see. It's because it was still there, but it's going to go.
So, Judy Gugi, you are not there. Now, if we can't have her, to save time, we move to the next presenter. Rehot Bakers, that's Jean, Jeanice Achieng. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Please present.
Good afternoon, everyone. Request Elma to share my presentation. Hi, my name is Janice Achieng. I'm a founder of Rehot Bakers that does baking using pumpkin. We do bread, cakes, and other pastries. So we are in Muhoroni, and those are our social media handles. Well, Rehot Enterprises and Bakery is privately established for the production of bread, cakes. Cakes here we do both and all occasional cakes, birthdays, graduation, weddings, and pastries like the pies, donuts, and other stuff to serve residents of Muhoroni town and the larger markets of Kisumu city. So we basically do baking using the pumpkin puree. Why pumpkin? Pumpkin scientifically is a fruit because it has seeds, but nutritionally it is more similar to vegetables than fruits. Pumpkin is highly nutritious. It is rich in vitamin A because it has beta carotene, a carotenoid that the body turns into vitamin A eventually. It is low in calories, basically because it contains 94% water. It has high antioxidant content, which may protect your body cells against damage by free radicals. It promotes weight loss, lowers risks of certain cancers. That's because it has the antioxidant content. It is highly rich in potassium, vitamin C, and fiber that promotes heart health. It also promotes healthy skin. Well, at Rehot Bakers, we are committed to one, advocating for food and nutrition security. Well, as FAO 1996 defines food security to exist if at all times people have a physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meet their dietary and food preferences for an active and healthy life. At Rehot, we understand that it is everyone's role to ensure that there is the availability of food, there's the physical access to food, economic access to food, safety and utilization of food, and the stability of food. Well, according to the recent studies, the prevalence of stunting of the under 5 years stands at 26%, and that of underweight at 11%. We are committed to address the undernutrition, which is fundamental to our country. And we believe that we all have a role in addressing this. So what we do is we mobilize and sensitize lactating mothers. This we do by liaising with the community health volunteers. We go to chief barazas and we basically tell them on, we sensitize them on food and nutrition security and where they should purchase or buy our products, which are highly nutritious. We're also committed to exploring opportunity in pumpkin value chain, which has remained undertapped in my area. We believe there's a vast opportunities, be it on farm or off farm. So at Rehot, we use the puree for baking. We plan to also start selling the puree. We sell seeds because seeds are edible and very good with men. I'll tell you later on why. There's an opportunity in pressing the seed oil and processing the seed powder, as it's highly nutritious to children. There's an opportunity in doing the pumpkin essence and the flavor and many other stuff that I have not mentioned.
And there's one on the chat, which I can start it as for you. Feel free to
We are also committed to job creation for the youth and women. Well, we all know that the Kenyan youth population stands at 35.4%, and this population offers 60% labor force, and only 10% are into the agriculture sector. Well, if the young people don't get into agriculture, who is going to feed our country? Because currently only 9 million are farmers out of the 40 plus million population in our country. So we really are keen in being the influencers in the agriculture value chain, because we believe this value chain is able to create more employment opportunities. And it is this value chain that is going to feed us. We're also keen in motivating the young people who are in the agriculture sector to shape into sustainable food systems. They can be doing pumpkin or other products. And we usually have meetings with the young people in agriculture within my area, and we talk about this. We are open to linkages of partnership, that of the youth and the experienced professionals. This can be done through formal or informal apprenticeship. Currently, we have enrolled into as trainers under KYOP, Kenya Youth Employment Opportunities Project, and NITA, that is National Industrial Training Authority, as trainers, and we are going to receive the 5th cycle of students whom we shall impart the baking skills. And they will have to know and get the reality on the ground, as Dr. Joja Bong said yesterday. Well, what motivates us is what Kofi Annan once said, that any society that does not succeed in tapping into the energy and the creativity of its youth will be left behind. We don't want to be in a society that is left behind. That is our motivation. And fourth, we are keen in ensuring sustainable consumption and production. This we are doing because of the horticulture, Horti-Green project, which has been an eye-opener, and therefore we religiously do energy, water, and waste management. And we really thank Horti-Green project for this. Well, that is one of the empowered young women who accepted to venture into pumpkin farming. And we are able to buy all her pumpkins for use at the bakery.
Like the previous year. So if an IP has any issue in dating, you have to send a help desk ticket, and the steps that have to do that are also included in that presentation. And you can, but you need to.
Elma, please, next slide.
Well, that is one of Becca working on the puree. And that is the end product. It is a very easy procedure. Those are nutritious bread. We have also taken part into many exhibitions, churches, World Food Days, and we have been able to present our products and make good money out of the sales. Well, because of Horti-Green, we have embraced, as I said earlier, management of use of energy, the consumption and production. Before Horti-Green project, we would do irregular baking, but now we do proper planning and we optimally use the ovens and we do bulk production. We hope to embrace green energy in the future because with the KPLC, there's usually power fluctuation at times. The power goes off and the products in the oven, so we hope to embrace green energy in the future. We're also connected to QASCO for clean water supply. And because of Horti-Green, we are currently doing water audit. We never used to do this before because of two reasons. One, we didn't know. And two, we have a standard way of payment for the water that we have used. So because of Horti-Green, we are working on our own meter, and we are going to be able to do audit. But currently, we are still doing audit even without the meter. So our water consumption has reduced, and we are doing and keeping records of that. Because of Horti-Green, again, we have clearly labeled solid waste receptacles at the generation point. This we do to collect, we collect the used polythene. We also collect the breadcrumbs, which we again sell. We recycle eggshells, rejected and damaged bread, cakes and pastries. This could be because of power fluctuation when they are in the oven. So we again recycle them for use as chicken feed. The eggshells we take back to the oven for drying and crushing, and they really add, they contribute towards calcium in the chicken feed. Also byproducts like pumpkin seeds are well prepared and sold for human consumption. Very good with men, I said. It contains zinc and potassium. We all know what that can do in men. Whereas pumpkin skin and fiber, we also reuse as chicken feed. So I don't sell the chicken feed, but I use for my own chicken. So thank you so much from Rehot team. We invite
So thank you very much for your presentation. At least you have given us a very good insight into your activities and how you are involved in the Horti-Green project activities in Muhoroni.
you all now and have access to our nutritious products.
Yes, thank you very much. Do we have Judy Ngugi?
Yes.
You are now back, eh?
Yes.
If you can just go to where you are exactly, okay, and complete.
All right, just a second. Let me share my screen. Okay. So my apologies. Unreliable electricity network has caused the current status. So for where I was giving the methodology that I used for my research, and I was stating that I had the chance to interview some key informants in the energy and climate change sector in different parastatals in the country while analyzing different policies in energy and climate change. And from data from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, we were able to determine that since the incorporation of the Energy Act 206, we have seen an increase in adoption of clean technologies in the country, not just in the cooking sector, but in the different aspects in terms of solar PVs, solar pans, and wind-related technologies. We have also, we went through different policies like the solar photovoltaic system, Regulation 2012, in which the ERP has now been licensing different technicians and manufacturers and how to install solar panels, and how the country can also import tax-free or give tax rebates to people who want to import solar related technologies. So for the sake of time, I'll brush through different policies that we went through, like the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016. And the reason why we took this into consideration is because of the high reliance of the country and the different sectors in terms of the forest sector, and how much biomass is being consumed, which is not giving the country a chance to achieve its 10% goal of forest cover, because currently we start at 7.4. Another aspect is the climate financing under the national policy of 2016. And we are seeing different institutions coming up to give climate financing. Currently, like the Adoption Fund and the GCF projects have been run through the national implementing entity in the country, that is NEMA, and where we are seeing them trying to bring up projects in Laikipia and in Machakos and Kitui, where they are trying to encourage farmers to move into irrigation projects so that they can be able to reduce the vulnerability that comes with climate change. So during the research process, we identified some key barriers that are making the country not be able to shift completely into a green transition. And one of those is the capacity barrier in terms of carbon credits. Since it's an evolving field, very few institutions have the capability to be able to carry out carbon trading and understand the dynamics that are behind the carbon trading. And that leaves us under the hands of international bodies who are able to come to the ground and assess our projects. Is it agriculture? Is it in terms of cooking, in terms of energy projects? So how much of that are you able to reduce the carbon emissions and calculate that? So we are left under international bodies in most times. Also, one of the key barriers is information. So we find different people, our different stakeholders don't have reliable or the right information how to go about climate financing or how to go about adapting different projects in the energy, in the water sector, and how that can be able to lead to climate mitigation measures. Also, through the NIE, that's the national implementing entity here in the country, which is NEMA, one of the key shortcomings is how different young farmers, or farmers generally, are able to have access to climate financing. So one of the challenges during the process of data collection we identified is that different proposals are brought to the table to be funded under the GCF or under the Adoption Fund, and you find that the proposals do not meet the requirements or the template requirements needed for them to be accepted. So you find once the project looks very credible on paper, when it's taken forward into the board and assessed, then it is shortchanged. And so how do we able to encourage our farmers and encourage the people who are on the ground to how to come up with projects that can be funded and be able to get into the different scopes of trying to mitigate or adapt towards climate change. So due to the dynamics of the project that I was doing, I was able to incorporate a model scenario in which I used the LEAP software. So a brief introduction about the LEAP. A LEAP is an integrated modeling tool that you use to track energy consumption from the different sectors and resource extraction, and then how that now we can be able to track the greenhouse gases in the economy. So for that, I was able to analyze the different policies that have been coming since the enactment and how much of that has driven the country towards the energy transition. And then we model a scenario of how the country will look like by the year 2040 in terms of greenhouse emissions and what that will mean to every sector in the country. So we put into consideration the different drives and the different agendas that the country has and plans that the country has in terms of energy production. Basically the research concentrated on the grid sector because the non-grid sector is still under development. So the grid sector was much easier to get the data. So in terms of geothermal, we're expecting the country to have, by the year 2040, to have increased the capacity by 2,400 megawatts and bring in the nuclear power plant that's supposed to be launched. We are expecting 1,000 megawatts from that and different solar projects and hydro projects. So using the LEAP software, we model the scenario of how the energy sector will look like by the year 2040. And as you can see from the graph, we're seeing renewables being incorporated more. And that means that if the existing policies are improved on, and in terms of increasing energy efficiency and in terms of increasing how people adapt different RETs, that's the renewable energy technologies, into their businesses and into their day-to-day lives, then we will have a scenario where by 2040, more of our electricity just doesn't come from biomass or hydro, but from other energy sources. What that means for us is what about the emissions? Then what about the impacts of climate change in terms of greenhouse emissions? So according to the model scenario, we did emissions in terms of the main pollutants, that is CO2, the CO, and other gases like sulfur. So based on the chart, it was forecasted that if the thermal plants that are existing in the country are decommissioned as per the planned phase of them, and the other renewable energy sources are incorporated into the energy sector, we will have a decrease in CO2 emissions from the year 2020, as you can see, from 0.35, 0.4 to a rate of almost 0.1 metric tons. However, for us to get there, there needs to be a little bit of transformation and transition in the different areas of how we carry out our day-to-day business. So in conclusion, the agriculture and the horticulture sector in general continues to play a major role when it comes to energy demand in the country and energy and the greenhouse emission. So how we encourage energy transition in the different ways of production, from the irrigation process, the processing, the packaging, the storage of our horticultural products, and how we're able to transport them, not just here, but also international markets, then that will be able to enable the country to shift into a green industry. So despite all these efforts, there is need for reforms, and that we'll be able to address either in the institutional, in the enforcement capacity, or just in different aspects of information transmission towards the people. So yeah, so this will see the country transform to a low carbon economy, since this will directly impact on reducing the carbon footprint in the different sectors. So yes. So thank you very much for granting me the forum to speak, the opportunity to speak in this forum. Prof, back to you.
Thank you very much, Judy, for that very enlightening presentation. You have given us a very, very good information on the energy sector and how it is transitioning, or how it should transition to green energy. So thank you very much. Now we have had all our presentations except Jacqueline Ogola, who we have not been able to reach. But we will stop there and move to the next session, which is question and answer. We are actually running behind time, but there may be burning questions or comments, questions or comments from participants. So can we have those? I was not able, I didn't capture whatever was on the chat, but maybe we need to highlight the chat.
Prof.
Benson, yes.
Yeah, thank you. James Mwangi did ask one question on my presentation. That is, what is the connection between waste source and off-takers? So maybe I would respond briefly so that we can get the insight. So this question I did not want to answer it before some of our SMEs presented. And if you remember what Gaia Food presented, and the last one done by Madam Janice of Riot Bakers, actually that has answered that question fairly well, meaning that in terms of waste, and under Horti-Green, we are working towards zero waste. In other words, we will not have what we call waste, because as I said, waste is like a beautiful young lady and an ugly young man, or a handsome young man with an ugly lady. Why do I say that? If you look at vividly what Gaia Food presented, she was touching, Rosanna was touching very ugly things, according to somebody else. But to her or to us, it was a resource, meaning that there is nothing like a waste going somewhere, not somebody or being called to come and pick. So in other words, under Horti-Green, waste department, we are trying to envision a zero waste. So in other words, waste will eventually be something which is not there. And that's why I've used the analogy of a beautiful girl and an ugly young man. Ugly young man or handsome young man with a beautiful lady. Now, the beautiful lady is the other product, but the ugly thing is the waste. Now, it means if we work very well, that is, if you look at what I presented yesterday, the integrated solid waste management system, meaning that the 3 R's are viewed as the best way of dealing with waste, then at the end, both presentation for Riot Foods or Bakers and the Gaia Food has demonstrated that we will end up with zero waste. Meaning, as other philosophers have defined waste, that waste is a resource or something which is used by another person. So whatever you have at the end of production, and that is the umbrella where we are enhancing SCP, Sustainable Consumption Production Practices. That at the end of the day, what do you need to produce? At how much? What are the raw materials like? After that, what remains? What do you do with it? What do you do with them? It means as much as you are having them as waste, somebody else is in need of them as a raw material or as a resource. So this is what we are saying. So Mwangi, kindly understand that at the end of this project, we will have almost three good things on waste. Number one, we'll have a paradigm shift in defining waste. So all those philosophers who have defined waste as A, B, C, for us at Horti-Green, we'll define waste as gold or something that is sought for by almost everybody, or a beautiful girl looking for a handsome man to court and do other things with them. Now, that is exactly what where we're heading to. Number two is we will utilize all the resources which, as a result of production, to turn them into better things. You have seen that Riot Bakers are using, doing duff making, using pumpkins, but at the same time, the pumpkin seeds which normally people throw helter and skelter are being redone, reused, and they are packing them very well. I wish only that some of us could visit these farms and you see a wonderful job they are doing. It means that pumpkin seeds are a resource department altogether, away from the bread snacks you are seeing on the shelf. So that is what we are doing. So thank you so much, Mona James. I hope you have understood. Thank you, Prof.
Oh, you have another question there on the chat.
The chat, there is somebody who had said, James Wong again had asked Judith to look at or to put some insight into legumes as cover crops, and they could be assessed for potential nematode controls. So maybe Judy could maybe give an insight on that, if legumes could be used, maybe something like that. That was only one question which was pending, or a remark from the chat.
Good. So Judy, are you able to make a comment on that?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit louder.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We were doing it the first trial. We now want to check to compare. Sorry, to compare when you're using organic fertilizer and inorganic fertilizer. Then maybe in future we can even include the legume crop as a cover crop to check if it can be, if they can be able to reduce the plant parasitic nematodes. I think I've answered.
You have answered. Very good,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
You for the brief answer. Now, the floor is now open. Is there any other question? Any question to any of the presenters? Or a comment? Now, if there is no question.
Prof, maybe just a comment. Is there anyone from any SME who is present with us and would like to maybe give a brief overview of what they are doing? Maybe we could give them a chance, because it's also good for somebody who is present to say something.
Now, overview must be very brief.
Yes. But we have one.
Not to say we have one. We can give the MSMEs 1 minute or 30 seconds each to introduce themselves so that they are known, because this conference is theirs. Yeah.
Good, well spoken, Elma. So I think by virtue of that, allow your camera to be on so that each of the SMEs to introduce themselves. Of course, the representatives, tell us briefly what you do, challenges and expectation as far as Horti-Green project is concerned. Thank you.
Okay, let me call them. So if I call you, you can just go ahead and speak. Let me start by Mukami.
Good afternoon.
Mukami, you can raise your voice.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
speak a little bit louder. Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know whether you see me on the camera. I don't know what is happening with my camera, but anyway, you can hear what I'm saying. Okay, my name is Mukami, Career of Intervention Exports Limited. We are generally doing processing of fruits and vegetables and shipping them to overseas. It's a long story, but cut short, we will explain it another day. And as far as environmental
Can't hear her.
Hello?
Elma, kindly Not yet.
Okay, yes.
Now you can hear me.
Yes, Mukami. Okay, Mukami, let me come back to you after this. So let's go to Willie. Willie from
Hello,
Makueni.
Elma. Yes, Elma, how are you doing? Hello?
Yeah, carry on, Willie. Karibu sana.
Okay. Nashukuru kwanza Profesa na kusalimia sana Profesa Okoth.
Yes,
Professor Okoth,
thank you.
Yeah, the first class we left there in 1995. You taught us waste disposal, analytical instrumentation, and measurement and control engineering. I'm the production manager at the Makueni fruit processing plant, which is owned by the county government. We do mango puree production, and currently we're installing the ready-to-drink juice production line. One of the major challenges we have is the seasonality of getting the fruits. We try to get from Makueni is January to March, then June, July we get from the coast. But as we transition into water and juice production, we expect to do 24/7. So we are fairly transitioning well.
Okay. Thank you so much, Willie. We can have Bernard from Quenching Streams. Are you able to speak?
Hello? Yeah, I hope you can
Yes.
hear me.
Yes, I see you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Bernard Bibiu Karaoke. I'm a food technologist by profession. So right now I'm doing processing of tomato sauce. Actually, this seminar has been such an insight. There are so many unexploited potential in tomato sauce because we have something that's not very common. We have tomato juice among other products, which I felt like I also need to venture into that. There is also the use of the waste of tomatoes in energy production. I've thought about biogas. So I would say that it is such an interesting topic, and it has really uplifted my way of thinking. And I'm really grateful to the HORTIGREEN and the entire team, because just as I said when we were doing the introduction about the supply chain, where basically I specialize on tomatoes from the tomatoes that come to the market. They are not used for consumption simply because they are broken and all that. And I also encourage, because there is also the aspect of processing fruits, especially mangoes and other perishable fruits, which we are looking into. And it was interesting, and even the presenters, the professors, the presentation, it was just awesome. So it was it has met my expectation, and I hope to implement some of these things, as well as improve on what I'm already doing to achieve the sustainable consumption and processing practices. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bernard. We can have Christine Nyaga from Chennai. Christine, are you in? Okay. If we don't have Christine, we can have Cheer Up, CBO, or is it FBO? Samuel.
Thank you very much, Elma, and how are you, everyone? So
Fine.
my name is Samuel Kahula Chege, and I work for Cheer Up, which is a community-based organizations, but we are in value chain for the vegetables, bananas, carrots, and signator, including the pumpkins. And we have learned a lot. I've listened to all the sessions from the day one up to now. And there are so many things that I've learned that will help us even improving on what we are doing, because our main focus is to increase the productivity and also the profitability of the selected value chains that we are working on. And we believe that through the Horti-Green, we are going to move to the next level. So thank you very much. And some of the challenges that we have been facing, and I believe that through the trainings with the Nairobi University and CAPES, that we are going to break through, is the issue of the low processing capacity, especially because we use the solar dryer, and with the issue of the change of weather, especially during the cold weather, where we have the bumpy harvest, we are having some challenges, but we look forward to see what we can do. And we have learned from especially from the Nairobi University, whereby they have different types of solar drying mechanisms, whereby we are going to embrace some and also visit them to see that we are able even to do what is required. So the other issue is the issue of the accessing of the loading facility. And we appreciate the effort and also the facilitations of the Horti-Greens through the Cusco, whereby they have taken us through the area of business planning and also how to present the business plans to potential donors. And we believe it is not in vain. So thank you very much. We look forward to continue being mentored by the CAPES and also the University of Nairobi, so that we acquire the ISO 14001, which is our main focus now, because we want to do all what is required. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Now, in the interest of time, the remaining people, just tell us your name of your company and what you do in like a minute each. So Elma, you can continue.
Have anyone remaining.
Oh, they have,
I'm not sure if we have anyone remaining.
Oh, they are all spoken.
I think
if
the
they
ones
are
that
all
are
spoken,
spoken.
That's excellent. I was thinking that we have a bigger team than the ones who have spoken.
Elma. No, there is Sarah. There is Sarah from Mazari. So there is one more, and Betana Bencher. So we have two. So
yeah. Be very brief. We are not discriminating against you, but time is not on our side.
Yes. Okay. Sarah, you can go on. Then we conclude with Betana Ventures.
Okay. I'm Sarah from Sajim Holdings Limited, Nakuru. We do production of sinsim, peanut butter, babuyu, kashata, and we also have achari, dried bangles. Our target customers are the institutions, supermarkets, and the locals. We've been in the business for, this is our 6th year, and we really appreciate that you organize this conference. It has really been so encouraging and even challenging that at least you get motivated knowing that there are other people also doing these small things, and they're able to make a living out of it. So thank you so much, Elma, and the whole team for organizing this. We believe that through this partnership, we'll go far. Thank you.
I have Beatrice. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, from Betana Ventures. I've been very enlightened with this conference. I've learned quite a lot. I'm in the production of tomato sauce. We also do drizzled drink and jam, a fruit jam. So far, we have many challenges, like the capacity building, like when you're growing out of the house, sometimes you are not able to go out because of the finances. So maybe in future we'll look at the finances and how to finance the SMEs. Thank you, and thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Now I hand over to you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Elma. And mine now is to thank everyone who has participated in this session. It has taken us the whole morning, and it has been very fruitful. We have had very many presentations, and a number of issues have come up, and the presenters have responded where questions have been asked. So mine is to really thank you very much for making this day a success. I now hand over to Dr. Bong to continue with the program.
Thank you very much, Professor. It has been all more than 3 hours since morning. But it is good to see that we have come to an end on the day 3. I think before we just close, because we don't have more to say, is Marion in? Marion, you want to say anything? Marion?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I put the video on also. No, I just want to thank all of you for your contributions and participation during the last 3 days. And we hope that you found the e-conference informative and worthwhile. And I wish the best for all the PhD students in the upcoming school years. And for more information, I invite you to visit the Horti-Green project page. So I put the the links in the chat. And again, thank you for being part of the e-conference, and have a good day.
Very good. Thank you very much. I think I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who has participated. And for those whom we had informed about providing papers, those who have done a longer paper than they are presented, I hope we received all of them. We will review because they will come out in a special journal issue. So we'll keep in touch, and we would want to have a very special journal issue on the presentations here. So thank you very much. The MSMEs, not many of you managed, but I think the ones who managed made a whole difference. You know, the way we present in academic fora is a bit different from MSME. And I was very glad to see a live presentation on the farm. You know, that's what makes a difference. That is very different from everything else. And thank you very much, everyone, and our team. Thank you for doing a good job. Until we meet again, we want to say thank you and have a good day.